Microphone, yeah, it's working. Um, I don't know if I'm whatever this unhinged title is, but I'm pretty excited about all these pieces that I've been building, hopefully coming together tonight. So the thing that I have here is a. I'm starting to split this out into reusable components. So I've got a backend that allows you to basically mount servers. And I don't know if it does much else at this point. And I moved this inventory app, which, started as like a simple rag for a client to ask their, what items are low stock. And then you get, it does a tool call. It does do this standard stuff here. I don't know why it's on GPT-4o mini, but we'll change that. And then, um, you can ask it to make little apps that are like basically windows. Um, this seems broken, so that's a good point here. I might have I certainly broke things as I moved things around, so we'll have to like recover that. Um, so yeah, so the inventory profile is able to create cards. I added multiple inventories and like inventory registries, and so all of that stuff is kind of in process. Um, so 23 tokens per, right? So this kind of created a card that has the latest live thing. This button has been generated by the LLM as well. It's not like a template or something, because if you edit the code editor, and I guess um, this is not working. So there's like a bunch of stuff that broke as we moved things around, but that's exactly what we'll try to tackle today, and also make the front end component at least in different repos so that things are clean. And then each of these repos that have a backend and a front end component are going to be able to register themselves and say like, hey, I've got like a top level thing, and I've got like a menu that I can inspect, and like start working on that kind of level. And hopefully I'll be able to start tackling. um, oh, here we see the code. So here it actually didn't do a live one, which is interesting. I might have broken things that it doesn't have like the DB object or something like this. So we'll but you can see like the button is like a real button, right? Like the button has, there's a close button, and then on the close handler it dispatches the system command window close. So there's some real plumbing going on here, and it's been quite confusing to build the plumbing for this stuff, by the way. So now so what I did in the previous run here is that I split, because everything used to be this single inventory app is how I started. And I said like, hey, make a Mac OS 10, like a Mac OS 1, like kind of UI for it. But as I went on, this inventory, I started breaking it off into like more generic components. And I find that kind of hard to do with LLMs. I'm always like, oh, now that I know what I want to build, should I just like restart it instead of trying to modify the current app? So, but then also it could be that you still don't know exactly what you want. So this iteration process, I'm not sure, but it's finally kind of done, where I have, if we go look at what we have the GoGo OS, which is like the base set reusable kind of setup here. And we can see it's still called like Go Inventory Chat. So that might be a thing to rename or to delete entirely, actually. Um, where's the backend part of this? This is interesting. Um, GoGo OS, Go Inventory Chat. Um, So yeah, so it's interesting to go look into code because then we have GoGo App Inventory, which is an app that registers into this backend. And there might be, right, like it registers with a backend component. And I think it might have moved too much into GoGo Inventory and this kind of generic stuff here. So inventory tools, inventory database, of course, that stays in um, the inventory app. But then this whole hypercard events and stuff like that, that might go into a separate like framework or might go back into the backend. I'm kind of worried that I'm not finding any Go code in the backend OS. So I'm not sure where that might have moved. It might have moved into Vazen OS and all of it has been moved in there, but these reusable things, I want them to stay in GoGo OS. So that might be, I had like a meetup before, and so I didn't pay too much attention to the plan. I also wonder why this thing is complaining. Because it doesn't find Geppetto, which is here, however. So before we continue, so actually I want to keep this generic module mounting web serving machinery that seems to now be in Vazen OS in the original GoGo OS system. Vazen OS really is just launching the server and registering apps. So we're going to, is that so? What would it look like? Just to get some clarity, I'm going to investigate why Goland is not finding is flagging things as red. It's probably just like a Go work issue. Yeah, because it's missing go app inventory, go work use dot, and then Vazen OS, go work use dot, and that should clear it up. Yep, there we go. All right, back to our codex. Let's see if it's able to, what, right? These kinds of like refactoring, moving things around kind of need to be really, they can really take up time. When it does it right, then obviously everything degrades. Maybe I should rewind. So maybe I should rewind. I'm always like wondering if I should rewind or not. So yeah, this is kind of what I want. Yep, is only composition. Okay, so this is what it is. So create new tasks to clean this up. Execute task by task. Use MV when possible. Commit appropriately. Keep a diary. All right, so we're going to clean that up. Then we're going to clean up the front end part a little bit because the front end, the whole macOS UI, I'm going to leave it in inventory. Actually, it's already been split out. So part of it is going to stay in GoGo OS. And then we do have the apps here. And so the inventory app and kind of the other apps, the other apps don't really matter. That stuff is going to move into GoGo app inventory, making. So what are we doing? We're changing software engineering forever. Yikes. I don't know if that, it's like the culmination kind of like a lot of stuff that I've been putting together over the last 3 years. And so I'm building my OS right now, right? Like I just have this guy here. You can mount applications. So inventory is an application, and then the application itself can like register some right-click things, and then it can register, in this case, you know, a chat application that can itself register like right-click things on widgets, and it can register like little, this all runs in a JavaScript VM. This is like a little app that it created. The text editor doesn't work. I'm doing like a lot of moving around. But you can see it kind of like generate a little bit of JavaScript, and then this is running in like a VM. There's like 2 VMs running right now. Or no, there's like a single session. I don't know what a plugin session is. I don't know what this OS launcher is. It's maybe like the back end. And then this has like different cards that I can look up. So this is the inventory app. And then I'm building a genetic Pareto app, which I will leave aside for a little bit. And what I'll do is like build an ArcAGI 3 kind of playground. And as I build this, you might be able to, I have high hopes that it builds the way I want it, in that I can kind of just prompt applications in the front end as I need to. And I mean, I'll see how far I get. Like, it's all clear in my head. It's not entirely clear what the design looks like. So I'm going to have to do some iteration. I hope that the iteration is not too painful today, that I like at least get something that like semi works. And then I at least want to have like a little ArcAGI test widget running, right? So what I'll actually do is like, I don't really know how ArcAGI 3 works. So ArcAGI 3 play build. So I want to build. And then it's an interactive reasoning benchmark designed to play your first core concepts, structure, grid structure, game ID format, local versus online, local recommended, run local games using the ArcAGI engine. Can I clone this engine? Requires API key. I wonder if like there's any way of running this. So where's the GitHub? If there is one. Quick start, UV innate, learn more, GitHub, ArcAGI, apps. That's not it. I mean, let's use their little, do you have a GitHub? All right, so this cleaned the OS up. So we're going to look a little bit back at GoGo OS, which now has, let's see where this went. We should have in Go inventory chat, the PKG is back, backend host is back. And so now we have the launcher UI and the handler. Okay, so that's cool. The launcher UI might stay in, I mean, it's only serving the UI, right? So launcher UI stays in Vazen OS since it's going to bundle everything. For front end, just for clarity, rename Go inventory chat package to Go OS. So we're going to do that. Go back to our ArcAGI 3 agents, the main repo for building agents, the toolkit, SDK toolkit, and then the benchmarking. So UV run. Where are the games? Because there needs to be like some kind of starter games, right? So, what was it? deepwiki.com instead of the GitHub? All right. Well, that's annoying. This is the benchmarking. Oh my god. What the fuck? Like deep fried captcha. Interesting. So does this have arcade? Let's just start cloning some repos. So I'm gonna install that. Oops. Local. Quick start. Oh fuck. Oh, did this create like a venv in my root? uv.lock. And all right. Code Vazen Megdir 2026-0227 Arc AGI. Gonna go in here. Gonna do this. Set your Arc API key. Maybe I'll run locally, see if that works. Oops. Yo. What the fuck? I don't know how UV works. I knew I should have done pip. Yeah, because you're saying it is what is. All right. So is this rip repo? No. All right. Initial commit, git submodule add ArcAGI 3 agents. Where was the other one? ArcAGI. There we go. And then the third one is benchmarking. All right, so we cloned all three. We got the cache here, but our agent finished. And it committed everything. And so what we're going to do now, imports use local launcher UI, go mod replaced, go OS, not a replace, rename the whole thing in go OS as well, including directory. All right, so that leaves us a little bit of time. We can start codecs here. Let's update because why not? Oh, DeepViki is, yeah. I kind of want to rewrite the Python and Go just because that's me, but we'll see. I kind of like, how do I launch my, do I do like .venv activate? I don't even remember how this works. Do I do like UV activate? I mean, I could ask the AI, but um, all right. We have codecs updated, so let's start codecs again. Yes, continue. We're gonna remove the approvals, of course. We're gonna say create a doc manager ticket arc01 inspect Python and do a deep research about how the Python is implemented, especially where the rules for the open games are from when we run it locally. Keep a detailed diary, use the research guide instructions, 10 plus pages, upload to Remarkable, and then just like add my ticket research pipeline. And let's see where this goes. So, all right, so this is renaming stuff. I should have asked it to write a um a tool to rename it. This is weird. There should be no mention of Vazen OS in Go OS. What is the deal with the launcher script? And really the goal today is going to be, and this is interesting, right? It's like, what is a app in this OS? Or like, why do I call it OS? Because it's just like a React app at the end of the day with like a backend. The idea is that everything that gets registered has a very simple interface that allows it to be interacted with in this concept. Part of it is visual if you want, like you can provide some widgets and some affordances, but mostly it's about calling functions that are exposed on the backend and being able to write code that interacts with this backend module, right? So you can think of it as the OS is there to run the apps, show them like graphically, have this like little Mac OS look, but really the main thing is like it provides something like AppleScript, right? You can, but it's AppleScript JavaScript. And I realized that AppleScript supports JavaScript since like macOS 10.10, which is actually really exciting because the previous meetup being about co-work and all of that. So macOS 10.10 has been like around for a freaking long time, hasn't it? Why did I never know about this JavaScript thing? Um, in any case, the idea of the OS is that you can generate new applications using the LLM, and these applications can create a UI and can run in a sandboxed VM, and the only thing they can do is call methods on the registered apps. That's why it's kind of like an OS. And the idea is like, oh, if I do ArcAGI, for example, right? Like I expose an API that shows, hey, you can instantiate ArcAGI instances. The things you can do with them is like reset the level, get the level screenshot, and then execute actions, kind of that thing, right? And then you can like kind of right click on it, say generate a UI for this, and an assistant chat comes up which allows you to generate this code. So I'm not sure if I'll get to generating these things in line, if I will just, because I don't want to write like a coding agent necessarily. Currently, it can just like one-shot things. If it's not able to one-shot them, then it doesn't. So I might use just Codex as a crutch to generate these apps for now. But the idea is really, you start a new Codex, you say like, look, I've got this context. You can store JS files in this directory and they'll get loaded by the backend, which is actually a pretty neat idea that I didn't have. You can just like have a widget watcher. So maybe that's a way to do it. The the interesting part is like I don't think I really know what I'm building. Still, it's becoming more and more clear by the day, but it's still not there. Um, so I know this is going to be tricky, and I might go into directions that are just like pretty confusing. But we'll see. So I'm just going to write down watch JavaScript folder to launch OS plugin apps for now. All right. So you were right. That launcher script was stale, split error leftovers. I fixed it by removing that coupling and completing the directory name, rename backend directory to GoGoOS. So we now have GoGoOS, GoGoOS. That's fine. I'll clean that up later. Handler.go kept launcher UI, deleted these two scripts, updated. Do we need similar scripts in Vazen OS for simplicity? This is kind of like a biasing question, isn't it? It will tell me yes. Codex is good at pushing back, but still not sure. Minimum useful set. Copies GoGoOS apps OS launcher dist. No, this is good for now. So we're going to create a new ticket to move the bundling of the JavaScript to the Vazen OS as well, but keep the packages in their respective directories. So create a new ticket to now split, clean up the JS front-end parts. So keep engine packages and common packages in GoGo OS, move bundling and dist creation into Vazen OS, and move inventory. What's the inventory stuff? Move inventory app, which is already cleaned up, so that's nice. In the packages, we have the confirm runtime. We'll do that another day. Move inventory to apps inventory to go app inventory, move bundling dist into Vazen OS, create the dist in Vazen OS now. Repeat back by telling me which end layout we will have and what the package relationship is. Just to, because I don't really know what I'm doing right now, I don't want to go straight into planning because those are still like effort to review. And especially when I'm talking on stream, I realized the other day, it just like clouds my thinking quite a bit. I'm more used to drawing. Right now, I'm taking notes that are probably incomprehensible. It really shuts down a part of my brain that I might need right now. However, I wanted to have, the moment it all clicks together, I wanted to have it on video, on stream. Because I do think there's really something very, very, I don't say that very often. Well, like maybe I do, but I'm not. But fuck, this stuff is mind melting. What the fuck? Do I need to carry this over by hand? So the compaction is broken? What happens if I do it manually? Okay, let's not compact, write a clear implementation plan and document in the new ticket created. If you haven't created, no, in the new ticket for a new intern to start going right away. Add tasks to the ticket as well. Hopefully the let's not compact will work. Keep engine, common packages, move apps, inventory, move front-end bundling into VasionOS, create, produce launcher dist from VasionOS, map exact front-end package boundaries and import graph before move files with MV when possible, require workspace, package manifests and aliases, rewire Vite storybook, add adjust CI checks, run end-to-end smoke. All right. So, I mean, this is already enough, I think, to prompt the next dude, but, oh, look, it compacted. Oh, well, because we're back at 100% left. So, all right. So this dude is still working. Let me, in the meantime, SSH into my tablet and then launch the stream on here. And then we can go to 10 this, and now you can see my notes. So to show you what I'm building, I'm going to call it GoGo OS stream. What we're building is we have a OS backend server. And this allows you to serve apps or modules in this case, which I don't know if modules or app is the right word. So this is REST HTTP, right? So this is REST. It has a set of common frameworks, common not frameworks, like interfaces. And so these allow you to interact with the OS front end for generic actions, right? Like open app, click icon, right click, click icon. It has like a UI kit, run JS plugins, like icons, etc. So that's what the OS front end offers you. And it's able to communicate back and forth with these apps over here. So in terms of apps, what we have now, we have an inventory app, which was, everything from which everything derives. So the architecture might, it evolved a lot. We have a genetic Pareto optimizer app. And then what we want to build is our ArcAGI, at least sandbox app. And these guys register themselves over here, right? This is already starting to get messy. So apps are in orange. And then this is kind of like still stripy. And then we have the core functionality that is in here. I should just make it like this. And the core functionality is here. This is in its own repo. This is called GoGo App Inventory. This is the GoGo OS part, right? This is the GoGo JPA, genetic Pareto. And then this is, we're going to call it GoGo AGI or something like that. And then all of these, so all of this is then bundled into a binary because those are all packages. And, I'm going to do it with plugin discovery, but it's like a little bit tricky with the front end stuff. So bundle and serve. And this is my customized VasionOS, right? Where I just say like, hey, I've got this app, I've got this app, I've got this app, let's register them. So that's kind of what we're going to be building. And then what is possible, these different apps provide different functionality, right? Like this thing here exposes a DB object, and it exposes like a chat object, and it might still contain a bunch of HyperCard UI stuff. This is going to be like, hey, start play, or I don't know, execute action. Like, I'm not really sure where these boundaries lie. If there's like just an instance object and then it creates an instance with an ID of that thing or not, that we'll have to see. So this is going to be pretty interesting. So let's see what our research in ArcAGI has created here. Primary analysis, validation, upload, scorecard, game IDs, contract mismatch between benchmarking client and ArcAGI local API. Okay, interesting. So what I do here is I go to my AI folder, I go to 2026, February, then I go to the 27th, and then here we have our ARC ticket, and it uploaded the design document here. So that's mostly how I work, and I know from yesterday this didn't work all too great when I was yapping at the same time. So I'm not sure what to do, because if I don't read this carefully, I'll just end up in slop. If I do read it carefully, I have to stop speaking. So I'm going to stop speaking for a little bit. I am reading and silent. Because I noticed, I don't know if it was yesterday that I streamed, but it really throws me out of the loop. The plus side is you get to see the kind of crap that I write in there for real. Like, this is legit 90% of my day. So I realized here that it's going to download games. So run to download the games, analyze the downloaded files, write a new document in a similar style, and upload. So that in the meantime, I know that this has no dependencies, not going to break anything, might as well start it in the background. So I make these notes about, I didn't really understand what this meant because GPT-5 tends to be cryptic. So point 3, where it says open games has 2 different meanings in the code base, I was like, what does that, why does open game have a meaning, and why does it relate it to scorecard? And I think I realized game is a weird word, where the game can be the game of poker, you know, with the poker rules and all of that, but it can also be a game of poker where you played a game of poker. And I think when you play a game of poker, you get a scorecard, right? Where you like, you win or lose. So that's why it was saying there's 2 meanings of it, is that one of them is game with the rules and the other one is game that was played. So if you write this in code, it might be better to call one game with rules, for example, like game rules, and then the other one call it like played game or something like this, right? But here, one is called games and the other one's called scorecard. So it's only confused by games. I think that will be fine, especially with Codex High, since it realized already that there's two meanings to it. But if you use small models or models that might be a little bit faster, the game word might really confuse the model, and you might be like, what the fuck is happening? Because it mixed together 2 completely different contexts, right? It might create one class that is both a scorecard and rules, and then suddenly those things don't fit together because you have one set of rules for many games played, and then like that's the kind of stuff that, for example, used to happen with like Sonnet 3.5, for example, and then older models would just like immediately get confused. And and it might be interesting. I'm not doing it because I really want to get somewhere tonight, but use like a small model, like a llama or a small Quen, and then see how they fuck this up. Because more and more, I'm like, guys, you need to learn small models to really be ready for what's coming next. If you're, hey Imam, how's it going? If you're not well versed in prompting LLMs versus just yeeting whatever you've always been doing into Claude Code. Claude Code is this very temporary, like software is over, I think, and it's kind of what I want to show tonight. I don't think I'll be able to convincingly make a point, but we've been working with a buddy to kind of come up with a way to explain what we're working on, and also make a demo. Yeah, Imam, I did study, and I still study data structures and algorithms. Mostly algorithm is not really my thing, but like database algorithms and structures, operating systems, programming languages, and like communication networks, I think is like the things I'm really interested in. Networks a little bit less, but operating systems and programming languages is what I really like. And here I'm building an operating system to generate programming languages. So it's falling together. Why are you asking? Are you studying data structures? I like reading books. Yeah, I've got like a gazillion books. Let me show you. Just because I never show them on stream, I actually hide them. But you might as well show them. This is my AI bookshelf, I think, like one of the AI bookshelves. I'm not sure if you can see it, but I don't know if you could see it, but there's like a lot of, yeah, I don't know if the camera worked. Probably not. Yeah, I think the fundamentals, even if models are going to destroy software, are really, really important. I don't know why this camera like kind of keeps disconnecting. It's really weird. Does it disconnect if I do that? I don't know if you've seen the books, but like I've got all these shelves here with a lot of computer books on the other side, and then I've got another shelf with all like old AI books, and then I've got a shelf with like modern AI books. And I don't know. I don't read them though. Data structures and algorithms. Are you set on algorithms, or you just like general programming computing books? I think my favorite algorithms book is called Algorithm Design by, oh, look at that. It's like online. So this book by Kleinberg and Eva Tordos, I really like this one because it's about a lot about combining and inventing new algorithms. But it's not all that common, and it's not, a lot of it is not algorithms that are presented in other books. So if you're studying this for university, I would use one of the ones that are more common. It's like Sedgwick algorithms, and then what's the other famous one? It's this red one. I have the red one. So this is the Sedgwick one. Oh no, this is the Corman, and then this is the Sedgwick. I have both of these, but yeah, so the red one is the Sedgwick one. and then the Corman is this dude. Um, yeah, is this CLRS? Uh, yeah. See, it's the because it's Corman, Lyserson, Rivest, Stein, right? So if you have that one, like this is the standard one for university, and I mean, they're all like great. Um, and I'm never like a puzzle guy, so like algorithms don't really give me all that much joy. I'm really glad for LLMs that can just like yeet the name. They're all so you might be interested in like because it's a PDF. Look at this one. The algorithm design by Kleinberg and Tardos. That one I really enjoy because it's I mean I don't know if I can formulate it as well because it's been a minute. Why is Ivar Tardos algorithm design cooler than CLRS? Well, all it's math. I mean, I know that this is going to be sycophantic, but right, exactly. So it really is like applied building algorithms for the problem you have at hand versus like, just like a big ass collection and then a lot of math on how to analyze them. So I really like the fact that it's about insights and design patterns. So this is one of my favorite books. It's not in my top 5 just because I'm not that much into algorithm, but I really enjoyed this one. I was like, man, I wish I loved algorithms because this is a cool book, but then I don't really love them. So it's still a cool book. I just like don't use it all that much. Let me grab it. um, that's a cool part about having a lot of books, even though I don't read them, is like when I need to read them or need to research something, I've got them all. So this one's pretty cool too, but I find it like a little bit messy. It's similar to the Tardos one in that it's about algorithm design, but I just find it a little bit too chaotic. Maybe I didn't pay attention. Maybe I was stoned that day and was like, "What the fuck?" But this is very similar. You should get that one too. And I confused it with the other red one. I just knew I have a red algorithm book. But so there's one that that a lot of people love to tell that they read it. I don't think they did. Is like the whole series by Knuth. That is just like puzzles. I think this is just like someone who likes little puzzles, and just like collects all the algorithms that ever existed. I wish I mean, this is just math at the end of the day. Never really got into it, but I did from time to time. I really need something interesting, and then I'll see if it's in the Knuth, and I'll be like, yeah, if it's in the Knuth, then I'll have like a lot of fun stuff about it. But like I can't. Maybe I'll switch the camera to something bigger. Hold on. I'm not a good streamer. Let me switch that. There we go. So the Knuth, a lot of stuff like that. If you like it, it's cool. I kind of combinatorial algorithms and like dynamic programming is the one that I enjoy. The kind of algorithms that I do actually enjoy because they don't really require much cleverness in the code. They're just interesting. So I was showing the algorithm design manual by Steven Schiena. I find it a bit chaotic. It's like written in the first person with a lot of war stories. I recommend looking into it. Like maybe I just didn't get its value. Um, then we had the Knuth. I really enjoyed the volume 1 of the Knuth, actually. So that's one that I worked through because um, it describes a virtual machine that has instructions like these. It's like it's an interesting piece of history. It's also that's the kind of puzzles that I do like, is like assembly programming and that kind of stuff. Let me grab. It has like a little compendium that's just the new version of this virtual machine called MMEX. Man, I was looking for another book, but I didn't. I didn't find it. It's like a collection of historical algorithms. So that's really interesting to just see how far we got. Really got from like computer science. So this one's pretty fun. This is basically just describing the machine. It's not even by Knuth, I think. And it just like so this kind of dynamic storage allocation and all of that. I think that will actually become really important for the next few years, at least, of like AI programming. So actually, it's good that you bring me. I'm gonna read this. Then the kind of algorithms that I do like is like everything has to do with databases and like transaction programming. So they're algorithms or protocols mostly around like data persistence and like query engines and query optimization. So that I actually really like this kind of stuff. And I've got like a bunch about compiler optimizers. Um, so I mean, it depends on which area you're going. I know I'm like showing you a ton of stuff. You know how to find it on the internet, I'm sure. I really like this kind of stuff. There's like programming pearls that are like more applicable, little clever little nuggets, and they're just like nice ideas. And then um, I don't know. I can make a list actually. This is the algorithm design that I was talking about. So this is one of my favorite books. It doesn't make it into the top 5. Maybe it should. It has a lot of like applied stuff with like real world problems of like scheduling employees, scheduling algorithms, operations research, all of that stuff is. I guess I do like algorithms. I just don't like the Sedgwick book. I don't like writing them. But there's like a ton of. This is another one that has like a ton of algorithms about concurrency control and recovery, which is like in the age of distributed systems is really, really interesting. Of like how do you guarantee transactions over. Holy shit! How long did I have this? I just found like the ticket in there. Which was still in German marks. No, '04. 2004. All right. Well, that's been a minute. Shit, I should read this as well. Man, they're all so cool. I hate books because I I just like spend so much money on them. So anyway, this one I don't really like. This is the one that just like it reminds me of university. So maybe that's why I don't like it. It just seems like a big collection of algorithms without like a story behind it. But it's probably like I don't know, man. I've never seen someone use it for like something practical. It's like always the university book. I mean, it's good to have it, right? And I found like a used one downstairs, but it's like full of mold, which Um, the Sedgwick, I don't know if I have it. I thought I had it because it looked red, but then the red book looked. I did used to have it in Germany. I had like a like an international edition. I remember that because it was like fucking heavy as well. But I've definitely haven't read it in 20 years. Um, let's see if let's go back to the computer. Um, man, you guys are distracting me from building what I want to build, but that's fine. Uh, hey, is one lib down? Anna's archive. Oh gosh, this is down, isn't it? Algorithms and C. Algorithms Part 1, 2013. Why is it split into two parts? Interesting. Yeah, I had this one as well, which I don't know if it's the same book. It's just like I like collecting old books. So the cool thing on Amazon, if we're already talking about books, so if we go to Sedgwick algorithms and we go here, oh shit, no, not that. Actually, so the textbooks on Amazon are usually pretty fucking expensive, right? Like still $50 all the way down from 32. So you can look for the previous the previous version because like you're not losing anything. What is up with the internet today? Like what the but see if you go to the to the previous versions. Look at that. You can get it for $2.50, which I am going to do. So be on the lookout, see? $3.35. $6. Like, you know, so it's a second edition from like 1988. Like, who cares? It's still like a good book, right? And the other trick is, I mean, PDFs to download. Anna's archive. I mean, I don't know if I should show this on stream, but it's such an open secret. Go to annasarchive.li. Just do it. And it's too bad that OneLib is down because OneLib really shows you what a book buying website could be without financial incentives, right? Because Amazon sucks, right? Like it's really not pleasant to browse books on Amazon. It looks like garbage. It recommends me like Red Bull all the time. It has like AI books everywhere now. And OneLib shows you like, hey, if you don't have to show ads and you don't have to boost products and gamify everything, that's because everything's pirated or free, then suddenly the experience is very different. So what you can do here is Algorithm Sedgwick International Edition. So those are not allowed to be sold in the US officially. They're like for India and stuff like that. And then usually you find them for like $25. Or what the fuck? Right, but like go do a round on Amazon and look for international edition. Oh, they cracked down on it. I don't see anyone that's like international edition. Because there you can find the new ones. Oh, did they crack down on it? Man, the textbook mafia is like, because I don't think Sedgwick's getting much money of these like $90, right? Like I don't think he gets like $70 in royalties. I think he probably gets like $2. That's nice too. So yeah, look for international edition. But it seems like they cracked down. But yeah, see stuff like this, and then you get the new version for $25 instead of 80. Oh, this one's pretty good too. I don't have it, but I mean, there's so many. There's so many fucking. But yeah, the this one is my favorite, right? So usually the international edition is like kind of printed on shitty paper and stuff, but who cares? So anyway, I hope that that was useful. Maybe I should write them down. Where can I write them down? What's a good way to? Actually, I don't. Where should I put them? I'm gonna put them in my Obsidian. So, and then it will be published. Hey, chat, how's it going? So we're gonna put this into I have a feeling that I'm gonna start using my Obsidian again. I've left it for a minute, and then, man, where do I put my references usually? I don't even remember how I structured this. I think it's under notes, books. Oh, so this is synced from my Goodreads. Wow, this is going to need some updating. With the AI, it's going to be nice, right? Like, do people use Obsidian here, and just like you just open Claude Code on the base, or you just like have something more interesting? I'm going to put it on the resources. New note, algorithm books, and so the ones that I used. Is this good enough from the Zoom? Hey, I don't even know how to use this. Zoom in, zoom in, zoom in. So Eva Tardos plus client. You know what I'm going to do? You open in cursor. I'm going to go into, is it called Vault? No. Code base and Obsidian Vault. That's the one, right? All right. So Codex. I don't know. Is this readable, by the way, font size wise? Algorithm books to have Tardos algorithm design. What was the other one that I really liked? Like less algorithms, CLRS, weirdos, Knuth, like and useful, like and weird. So MX supplement is one. Transaction processing systems, foundations of databases, just like not really about algorithms. The Tardos, Sciena, algorithm design. What else did I have? Like and weird, programming pearls, functional data structures, like less, Sedgwick algorithms. This is the Corman, Leitherson, whatever. Yeah, I think that was it. All right. Let's see. Man, now that models are actually useful and not just like something you have to engineer all the time with like small models, this is dope. No, like research references. I don't know how good, like I know the cursor search is pretty good, right? I think this web search here is, I don't know how good it is. Yeah. So write up summary, research online, make the document nice to read, add links if you find them. Let's see. This is awesome. This is fucking awesome, man. Does the Obsidian CLI do like interesting search? Well, we'll see. I'm gonna let this run. Like, I hope you enjoyed the tangent, Imam. And then, so just to give you the URL, and let me know once you have it, because I don't know if you're watching or not. But whoops, this is the URL that it's at. It's, man, what the fuck? It's publish.obsidian.md/manual. Cool. So go there and then look for algorithm books, which I probably need to log in again because it's been so long since I was in Obsidian. Where's my Obsidian? There it is. Sync, show sync history. Today, algorithm books. And then I need to do publish. Publish current file. All right, it's been published. So does it rebuild the... yeah, look at that. All right, awesome. I hope that helps. This is awesome, man. Oh, I am... what a world we live in. What a fucking world we live in. It's so fucking... all right. Okay, so this was able to compact. It used 40% to write this. Anyway, work on it task by task and commit appropriately. Keep a diary. Yeah, this is crazy. I love this so much. All right, back to ArcAGI. Here we are. I'm sure this disconnected because it went to sleep. Oh no, it's like it's back. So we were looking and we were saying, oh yeah, download the games and tell me what they do and which logic there is. And prompt level rules are guidance only, separate from engine rules. Prompt level rules. Guided LLM, hard codes, locks. So those are just examples, right? This document uses rule source, current architecture. So I'm actually going to stop speaking and just like do my little noting as well, just so I don't make mistakes like I did yesterday, because I can't think and speak at the same time. And this is how I spend my days programming. It's literally like that. I've got a typewriter that I type on. I've got this like whole analog setup. Actually, I'm going to explain after I wrote the things down. Here, I'm looking at its description of the three repos, and I see it's like starting to index on the three repos, and I'm like, I don't even know if these repos are relevant to what I want to build. So I think I'm going to get a lot of noise around the agents and the benchmarking repo, which I don't necessarily need. I mean, this document has been written at this point, so I'm going to leave it. Maybe I'll get some interesting ideas from there, but that's why I wonder. That's why I wrote down, like, is this useful or if this is just adding noise? And it's weird. My handwriting is absolutely atrocious, which it usually isn't. So I'll continue and then I'll explain after I've done my thinking what I was doing. because part of what I'm writing down is not necessarily relevant to the task as well. It's like me learning about prompting, right? So here I realize, oh, it's explaining to me how the workspace works, which is like irrelevant. So again, like having the three repos was kind of confusing from the start. And it's like focusing on, right? Like the more it talks about something, the more it will talk about it. And this will trickle down. Like if I start giving it design documents that talk about too many things that are relevant, it will continue indexing on those. So here I'm like kind of thinking about prompting more so than the topic at hand. And I'm thinking in the back of my head, I'm thinking, am I going to be deleting this document and rewinding? Because it might just end up being such a confusing document that I decide like, no, it's not worth keeping, not worth modifying. Let it be. So we'll see how this all plays out. So here I'm just like, these notes are kind of not relevant to the task. I'm just like, they pop into my head, so might as well write them down, because as I write, it slows me down a little bit. So I have time to maybe think about things that are related. And sometimes I get good ideas writing things down like this, but they're mostly to slow me down, right? Like it's so that I don't rush through this and say like, yeah, it looks good, like looks good. I really take my time, even if it's not necessarily relevant to what I'm doing. Like I don't care if there's bundled tasks or if I can download them, because I'm just going to download them, right? And here you could see, so this kind of interesting, um, because one way of maybe building this before I port everything over to Go, which I shouldn't do actually, is I will just build an app that then triggers these things. And we can see there's already exactly the two endpoints that I want to expose um, as tools in my OS app. I wonder if you can play multiple games. So this is already a question before I forget it. I'm going to go back here and then I'm going to start writing them down. I might not I'm not going to fire it off. Can we? Yeah, so the word game is like confusing because multiple games could be the same game rules, but multiple games. But it could also be multiple game rules with multiple games as well. So the reason I don't fire them off is just because they might get answered on the next page usually. So here I'm like, I don't care about the agents framework, to be honest. I still wrote down like some questions that I have. Agents don't use REST. It doesn't matter. And I'm not interested in scoring right now, but I will be later on, obviously, since I'm actually going to take this challenge seriously. I don't know why it's like proposing some. Uh, so what was my previous prompt? Create a doc manager, do a deep research about how the Python is implemented, especially where the rules for the open games are from when we run it locally. Keep it detailed. So it's weird that it started doing suggestions about a implementation plan because I never asked it for it. So you can run multiple games concurrently, right? Like, so some of these questions I will just ask and not put into the document. Sometimes I put them in a document because I want the model to find them later on, or I'm like, hey, later I'm going to come back to this. I might as well have the answer to the question that I will have forgotten by that time. So you can run multiple games, including different game rules through the REST server using separate grids per game instance. So that's cool. So what we're going to do now is there's a second document that I asked about, right? Like the downloaded source analysis, and that one has been uploaded in the background while I was doing this, and so now I can go look at it. So I can go at the downloaded game source analysis. It downloaded 3 games only. The game source is large and self-contained, so it might not make sense to port it. Rule logic is involved. So are there only 3 games to be downloaded when listing? Because 3 games is not a lot to maybe generalize enough. At least that's what it seems to me. Oh, with a fuller API key, you may see more. Okay. So let's try that. API key. All right, I'm going to switch screens just for a minute. All right, so we've got the key set up. Hopefully I won't leak it, but then I'll just delete it at the end of the stream anyway. So current available games with this key are still 3. So that's interesting. Play first 3 games, ArcAGI 3. So I'm gonna do are there. That's why it's called ArcAGI 3. No, I'm kidding. Are there only 3 games for ArcAGI 3 public? So example games LS20, FT09, VC33, browse games, anonymous users. So did you load it though? You should see more than just anonymous. Try the online API game. Oh, and also store scripts in ticket, by the way, for future reference. So is that there's like a weird public thing here? At least one game must be selected. So it's only able to select the public games? Interesting. I can apparently only create a key for the public games. I don't know if I should use Kagi for this, to be honest. Yeah, this is not good. I'm going to switch to chat OpenAI.com. How do I get access to more games for ArcAGI 3? I create an API key, but I can seem to only create it for public games. I mean, 3 games are enough, but anyway, we're getting somewhere, right? And what I think I'm going to do now is, since I have my OS where I can mount like backend modules, and hopefully by now the front end has been cleaned up as well, I am going to create a GoGo ArcAGI, which I should create right now. And yeah, I don't care too much for tonight, to be honest. But I'm talking about ArcAGI 3 games, right? Like the goal of ArcAGI. Actually, I should show you. Like Scott showed me a little bit about it. But so learn more ArcAGI 3. What you can do here, you can play little games, and the API DLLM gives you is like a long list of cells, and then you can reset the level, and then you have 7 actions. And the model just knows like action 1, action 7, and then you have to figure out the rules, right? So that's kind of it, and that's why I'm like, yeah, there's only 3 games. That's like not a lot. Man, this is garbage. Go to the downloads page. There is no downloads page, huh? Games completed 2, 2, 1. Games completed 3. Unverified live. Levels completed 18. So there's only 3 games. No, look, they have like these other games, right? Play first 3 games. And then, well, let's see what ChatGPT finds, because right now you can't use an API key to unlock private holdout. Keys are only for public games. That said, there are 2 common reasons you might still only see the tiny starting set. If you want more games, today run local plus create environment. So AB12, AB12PY. If you really mean private games, no, I mean games like these, right? Games like these, and I hope those are cryptic enough that a web search will find them. All right, cool. We're going to create a repo for this. We're going to create it, and we're going to call it go app arc AGI 3. And we're going to start it with the template go template, create repo. Then we're going to go to the corporate headquarters. We're going to git submodule add. Go golems, go app arc AGI 3. Gonna clone this. Then we're gonna go here and we're gonna discover it as a workspace. Okay, I'm gonna nuke my shoulder sitting like this. All right. Yeah, I mean, and yikes, like if shards is similar in principle, like maybe the same techniques will work. So now that we have this little repo found here, what I'm gonna do, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna fork it. Arc AGI. Oh no, so git status, git add ttemp, add tickets plus submodules. We're gonna add this to our bigger project, right? Like the Arc AGI 3 is now going to be part of the OS we're building. And I just added it. So the Go workspace is going to break because my vibe coded tool is kind of garbage. Go work use dot. And then did it reset the whole Go workspace? No, it kept it. Oh, it lost one. Go OS, go OS, go work use dot. All right, I hit an unexpected, ignore the files. Keep them. Did it use subagents? Yeah, I'm going to disable the subagents. I don't trust them. What do you think is best? I have no idea what's going on here. And we're going to disable the subagents because I don't trust this shit. Where is this feature? Multi-agent. Go ahead. I don't trust these subagents. I mean, they're still active in this session, so we'll see. I'm still going to experiment a little bit with them. But so now that we have the GoGo Work AGI kind of thing here, the Arc AGI thing, now we're going to start being able to parallelize, because what I'm going to do here is add the submodule for my other repo that I just created. Man, I'm building like a mess of stuff. So let me go. So this, we're gonna create it and push it to GitHub. Push an existing local directory to Vazen public. Then we're gonna add it as a submodule. And would you like to push commits? Yes. And now we're gonna add it as a submodule here. Git submodule add. Then we're gonna do github.com Vazen. Actually, we're gonna add this as SSH. And we're gonna do 260227 arc AGI 3. Is that what I called it? No, I just called it arc AGI. All right. So now we have this dude here, which also has the Python, right? And then, so let me clone these. So to recap for people who are joining, what we're building. Oh, this is not what I want. Recent here. What we're building. There's the tablet. All right. So I've got a thing that I called an OS, which is a backend thing where you can register apps. And this backend communicates with an OS frontend that offers like windowing features and like registering context actions and menus and events that can be sent from app to app. And an app is just something that exposes itself as a module, and then it gets mounted on a REST API. So I'm not sure about these abstractions right now. It's starting to get like a little bit too meta. I don't really know what the end API is going to be to register apps and to expose them. So that's part of what I want to explore tonight. And in order to explore that, instead of using complex apps that I already had, what I want to do is an app that allows me to play as a human Arc AGI games with a little UI for it, right? So what I kind of want is like, I want like kind of a little window with the game, right? And it looks exactly like the demo game on the front end. Kind of just like, that's like the first thing I want to have is just like being able to mount this into my new, because I'm reorganizing all of this. I'm moving things left and right. Things are breaking as I move things. Because I started with like a vibe coded app, like completely vibe coded. I started piling on like a whole set of UI things. And then it looked nice. And I was like, I need to organize this in some way. And then, oh, this is working. Sent back an error, 404 not found. We'll ask it to run soon. Actually, this is running in a tmux. So let me kill the tmux because now I've kind of moved stuff around. And this is not there anymore. I'll ask it to run it again. And we're going to expose this dude as a as an app, as a module. This is still moving things around, so that's interesting because that's been running for a minute now. So bringing all these apps together. So what am I developing, Zippo? I'm building a operating system. In quotes, it's something like a backend infrastructure backend and frontend infrastructure allows me to load apps, and then these apps can expose backend functionality and they can expose a front-end UI. And what I ultimately want to do is like, I can connect these apps with an LLM that generates code on the fly to connect them. And because the backend is currently not running, but it looks like it's going to be over soon. Start front end and back end in a tmux in shells so that Control C doesn't close the session. So once it's launching, you'll be able to maybe see a little bit better what I mean. And I am struggling with the API, but that's fine because I don't really know what an app and an app launcher and an app instance is supposed to be. Right? Like I don't want to like model Unix. I just want to like build something that exposes how it should be prompted, if that makes sense. So an application to go back to the tablet. So an application would be, you have like your desktop, and then you have like little icons here, and then you can double click on an icon. So this is maybe like an app builder, and then you get like a new window with the app being started, and you can do right like it shows a UI and whatever. And so maybe this is like an app that, what could be a useful app to connect to something else? Like maybe it's maybe it's ArcAGI, and then so it's this app over here which like allows you to play a little game. So the little game, right, like it has like a couple of buttons, and then you get the game status, for example. That's the things that it exposes to the outside. It exposes a like /move, and then it gets like a /status. And so you can move around until you win, for example, like a very simple kind of API, right? So you've got a third port, which is, so these are app specific, right? And these would be like, let's put them in red. These are app specific. And then we have one that is in blue, which is generic, right? And so this one is called like describe. And so describe is kind of like a JSON that, I mean, this is the idea I'm playing with. This is not the API as it is currently, but it's like kind of a JSON that says like, hey, there's like a documentation thing. And then my name is XYZ. My ID is something, something. And then I expose two things. I expose methods, right? And so the method is going to be, one of the methods is move. And then you get like a little schema. I don't know why I'm putting the quotes. No one cares about those. I've got a schema. Maybe I've got a documentation thing. Maybe I've got like examples. I don't exactly know what this is going to look like. Then I have the other one. And then the third part that I have on top of it is also something called events. So an app has methods that can be called. I don't know, Zippo. I want to change software engineering forever. That's my goal. And also have fun and build apps. I want to build, this is an OS that can build itself, which doesn't make much sense currently, but I think I might stream for like 7 hours today until I get this working. So that's going to be interesting. I'll have to eat at some point, and I'm worried when I eat that I'll be too tired. But yeah, I don't know if it's a big deal. Like I often have this thing where I'm like, am I just like completely delusional and like have delusions of grandeur? But then also I always like building apps that are useful in the real world, right? Like I'm not building like agent orchestrators that build or agent orchestrators. I build like things for my buddy who wants to do their art installation, or I build things for a friend who's like a biologist or someone who needs. My job is just software developer. Always have been. For 27 years now, and I'm like destroying my own profession, which is great. It's kind of freaky, to be honest. Yeah, this does. I hope that. I mean, I know that it does things. It's too bad that I don't have the demo right here. Yeah, I'm 44 now, and it's my first job when I was 17. So it's been a minute. Well, because I'm destroying software engineering, right? Or at least the coding part of it. And I used to be paid for coding. Uh, and so, for example, 2 weeks ago, I gave a workshop to a friend and his boss for 2 hours, right? Like I showed them a couple of prompts and stuff, and they were like, "Hey, they're building like electronics. I'm not going to say too much, but like fairly advanced electronics that need like DSP stuff and like drivers everywhere and like factory manufacturing tests that are fairly complicated. And so they have a lot of projects to do. And they were like, hey, we have like at least 5 projects. I was probably going to bill like 20K for them or whatever. Um, like a project that takes like a couple of weeks. And so I told him like, yeah, I'm super interested. I can do them really fast because I've got AI. I don't need 2 weeks for them. I need probably a day, although that's not true, probably. Actually, it was true. So, right, I was pretty happy. I was like, hey, I can use my AI programming skills to like at least milk things while they're still milkable. And then 2 days ago, my friend was like, he said, like, all these apps that we were asking you to build, like, I kind of built them with the tips you gave us. And I was like, fuck, because did I just like, you know, program, like, gave a workshop and I was like, I can't like charge 100K for 2 hours. I was like, like, trust me, it's worth 100K. And then in the workshop, the dude was like, yeah, it would be really cool if I had like a way of designing pipelining algorithms for DSP stuff, right? And which is like an algorithm that's not too complicated, but you want to try different things. And like in real time, this can be like a pain in the ass to simulate or test. And I was like, hey, open Claude AI, not even Claude Code, and type in like, I want an app that helps me design pipeline algorithms for this problem that I have. So I told him like, put it in, like literally what you just told me. Just put it into Claude AI, and he did, and I was like, okay, problem solved. Because he got like a nice little UI where he could like move things around, right? And I was like, hey, what the fuck am I doing? Like explaining myself out of a job, but then also if I charge 100K to tell people like, put what you told me right in here, right? Make a little app to explore pipelining in audio, DSP, real time algorithms. This is not enough detail, I think, to make exactly what I have in mind, but we'll see what this does. So RKGI is really interesting, right? Because it's like a hard problem. I like Codex, Zippo. I mean, Claude has its uses, but I kind of hate Claude. I also hate Claude Code with a passion. Well, that's the thing, Yikes, is like, obviously he's my friend. Obviously he recognized like, yo, that was insane, bro. Also, they just raised money. And so I'm trying to figure out like a model. And I mean, the model has always existed, right? It's like part-time CTO, or it's kind of a role where you just like are advisory, and you give like a couple of minutes of advice here and there, and then you get like shares in return. I can't eat off of shares. I'm not going to pay my rent off of shares. So I was thinking, right, like you get a retainer, you get like 5 hours of my time per month where you show me the problems you have. I give you like some prompting ideas and stuff like that. Yeah, fractional CTO, exactly. And so you pay me $5,000 a month and you get 5 hours for sure, right? And then obviously you're paying for, because I program like 14 hours a day. Obviously you're paying for that time, not for the 5 hours per se. And so they seem ready to go with that model. And then if I sign up 3, 4, 5, 6 clients, then I'm like kind of set. And because what I want to do, I mean, 6 clients is going to be like a lot of time. It'd probably be too much for me. But what I want to do is just like build my own stuff all the time, right? And then continuously explore things. What the fuck is it doing? Oh, it's renaming. Hold on. We should be building. Oh shit! Did I? We should be not worrying about Go building. We currently use Go work, and we will version things properly later on. Yeah, I meant Codex. This is Codex. It's really like my main thing, and like it's funny. I don't use sub agents, so like I'm basically not really using my. I mean, I guess I'm like at 50% because this week I've been doing a lot of refactor that uses a lot of tokens because I was stupid about it. But like I stay at like 75%, which because you have 2x limits right now is like I guess not. I'm maxing out my plan, but not like I always use one agent or something. No, it's super cheap. It's like $200 per person for the value. If I had to choose between Claude and Codex, I would go for Codex for sure. I think the business price is like a little bit different, and you can like add credits as you go. But if I mean I don't know the programming yet. You do, right? Like a lot of people love Claude Code. It's just like for me, it's just not working. And then I get a lot of value out of the ChatGPT.com plan, like ChatGPT Pro and all of that. So I would just like miss them so much that I'm a Codex stan. When GPT-5 came out, no, GPT-5 came out, I was like, this is a fucking game changer. Yeah, it's 200 per person. Like it's 200. I pay 200 as an individual. I think the business might be a little bit more expensive. But 100%, yeah, 200 per month per person. I mean, I don't know where you're based, right? Like in the US, it's kind of like 10 coffees or something. Yeah, in Europe, it might be like because you tend to I mean, cost of living is really high here, so the salaries are pretty high as well, right? I don't know what the average salary for a developer is in Italy right now, but I don't make a lot of money for my level of experience either, but I do make, or like at my previous job. Yeah, so that's euros. I think the euro is like a little bit stronger than the dollar, but my previous job, I was at 200,000 a year plus shares, and it was a small business, like a small startup, without much funding. No funding actually. We're cash positive. But yeah, compared to Europe, right? Like I make like 7 times more, I guess, than the average over there. And I'm like an intern at Facebook probably makes more than me. To give you an idea, I was just like I've never worked at like a big FANG company, and I'm absolutely not interested. I know I got some offers from OpenAI, which were like 600,000 per year plus, no, 300,000 base plus 600 in shares, if I remember correctly. And I don't want to work for fucking Sam Altman. So, all right. So can we run this? And front end in Tmux with a shell so that Control C doesn't kill the Tmux or the pane. Yeah, average salary for developers in the US. I mean, I don't know because software engineering is dead. So it's going to be like a big shit show. Yeah, see, this is not exactly what I wanted because this is the standard like CPU pipelining, which actually this is kind of okay. And then you can kind of like experiment with it, I guess. So you can play with the buffer sizes and other things. Like this is not exactly what I wanted because I didn't prompt it. You can move it to serial, or you can move it to pipeline, and then you can't adjust because what I was adjusting is the different. Hey, whatever. Who cares? All right, so the OS has started because I actually want to work on the OS. I already went on a big ass tangent before. This is what it looks like currently. So I do have the inventory app is mounted, which gives me there's an LLM chat that you can use. It registers like menus. Fuck. Where is it? There we go. It registers like plugins. If I chat, I do have like kind of a debug view. Like there's a bunch of stuff that's happening here. It can call tools and whatever the fuck. It just does like a bunch of stuff. I can look at my timeline, widgets. I can look at, so the code that it writes, because it can write code, they all run in like isolated JavaScript WASM VMs. So you can see the VMs here. They're currently not being persisted. Like there's a lot of stuff that's missing. And what I want to do tonight is like, I want to have an ArcAGI icon over here. I double click it, and then I get a little window where I can play ArcAGI in a JavaScript plugin. So I'm not fully sure if I'll be able to do this. My fucking trackball is just like bugging me so much. I hate it. Somehow it's dirty, but I don't know why. Anyway, I will survive. It's just bugging me. Oh, it's better now. So what I want to do is like, I double click here. I've got an ArcAGI icon. Oh, it's back to being shitty. Fuck. So that's kind of what I want to build. And so that's literally what we're going to prompt now, right? Like I've got the ArcAGI. I did some research on the Python thing, which is in here. This is the research that we did. What I'm going to do now is like at least expose it on the back end. And yeah, like in the drawing, right? Like, so if we go back to the drawing, what I'm going to build now is where's my pen? Fuck, there it is. What I'm going to build now is not the UI, right? What I'm going to build now is the backend for it, so that at least the HTTP routes are present. And I'm not sure what I want to do with this because this doesn't exist yet. But actually, that's what we're gonna start with. Is like, do we have any endpoints in the base Go OS that expose the list of modules? So I must say, this module API, I don't know how it works. I know that it's not good. It is not what I want. I created it today while I was watching TV. Like, I know it's not good. I hope it's not going to fuck things up too much. And then maybe I should look at it, right? So this is the module API where I can describe a backend manifest, has like a description, required capabilities. That's not what I want. You can get the manifest, you can mount routes on the HTTP server. So that's good. And then you have like standard lifecycle stuff. And then it supports reflection. So this is where it gets interesting. This is not what I want with maybe it is getting into the direction. I think I prompted this twice. There is a API reflection. There's a list of APIs. So that's the list of methods. There's not the list of events. So it's starting to be there, but it's not great. I don't know what doc link is. So that's exposing documents. I don't think that's exactly what I want, but there's a set of stuff already, right? And there is an endpoint already that also allows me to get that. So I should be able to localhost I mean, 5173 API OS apps. Is that what it looked like? Okay, so this is already working. This is pretty cool. So we see there's the inventory app and the JPA app, which is what I currently registered. And then I'm going to have like an ArcAGI app here. And I want to have this, I don't know what capabilities are. That's like kind of garbage. And then I can go to apps, JPA reflection. Okay, and so this is the description of this like other genetic Pareto app that I have, which I'm not going to go into now. So, all right, this maybe I didn't prompt it so badly. All right, so there's this, there's this, there's this. And what I want to have is I want to have a UI for this list of apps just for fun, right? And I'm gonna do it in multiple steps. Because the first thing I want to do is widget for app description, right? Just something that looks good. The second part, I'm going to do implement this widget as macOS 10 look, right? In the debug menu. Then 3 is, let's start with that. So the first thing is I want to build a widget to see and inspect all the mounted apps. I'm going to give this to a UX designer because Codex sucks at UX. So I'm going to use Cloud Code for a little bit. To a UX to design a nice app for it, widget, window. Give me all the information about the endpoints, the data model, how this all works together. They are not the most technical, be verbose and detailed. So I'm going to create a new ticket, to build a apps browser UI widget. I'm putting this in upper caps because I want this to be in the ticket name, so I know it will latch onto this. Keep a detailed diary as you work. And then I'm going to do this, and this should be like 5+ pages. Upload to Remarkable. It's going to create, because it has pretty deep knowledge of the API and the context window is already filled with all this info. So I'm going to use that, create a document that then I can paste into Claude AI because I like this, and then just iterate on the React a little bit just to get like a couple of ideas. And I'll show you how I do that. I'm not going to create some React right away. This is one of my tips where I'm like, is this worth like 100,000? Maybe. I'm going to grab something to drink though. Yeah, I use Claude as well. So I do use Claude Code a tiny bit. I don't know if I should switch back my plan. I mostly use Claude.ai, right? And that's a $20 plan. And I'll show you how I use it because I use it to like write code and quotes. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm making dinner. I'm gonna be eating dinner after that while we like stare at the agent as it's working. Look at that. This is pretty cool. I didn't know that it had that. So it's already describing the methods. That's amazing. I don't think it's describing the events though. And I don't think I have an event bus in the OS, but we'll add that. All right, it's writing the document. Like Codex is pretty slow, which I think is actually not that bad for a stream because then I can just like yap. What I would do in the real world is like I would probably have 2 projects I'm working on, or maybe 2 features, which is one would be working, and in the meantime I would be working on my tablet, right? Let's close all of this junk. So I'd be working on my tablet, and man, my handwriting is so shitty on stream. That's crazy. And so often I'll do things like, yeah, man, this looks so fucking ugly. Like what I'll usually have is maybe they all look that ugly. I don't know. Maybe I think that no, usually, yeah, usually my stuff looks like this, which where I will, just like make some notes and like figure out what's left to do. And then write down some ideas and then do a lot of document reading. Yeah, I do like Claude for writing as well. It writes great documentation. Codex is cryptic. So I like having documents written by Codex. Why is Codex so eager tonight? Like, why does it create tasks? And creating them in the wrong directory, but whatever. We'll move that later on. Because if we look, why is it creating tasks? Like usually I have to prompt it to create tasks, so I'm a little bit surprised that it just does it on its own. I created tasks for the document writing. Did it do that before? Like, did it just like start getting pilled on writing tasks for even writing documents? I don't know. Seems a bit weird to me. I don't know why it decided to do that. That's like the first time I see it do this. Is there anything in the logs? Tasks. So actually, let's see. One thing that's interesting. Maybe this will give us some information. Also, upload the diary. So it's going to it's keeping a diary. I wonder if it's the sub agents that cause it to do weird shit like that. So it's going to upload a diary where it keeps like a detailed list of what it's been doing, and then I read that, and I'll often get like at least some sense of what might have been happening there. Yeah, the sub agents. I am not a fan, so I disabled them. The next session is going to be off. I'm going to just start a new session after this anyway, since it's a good cutoff point. So it uploaded this. to the bundle, and then I'm going to ask it to upload the diary. So if I go on my tablet now, and then I go to Arc, yeah, so here in the browser widget, and here I have this document that I just wrote, which is the document about the app's browser UX, which like, come on. So here it will, it will describe the problem statement. Usually this is what I read. So most of my time is spent reading these documents and annotating them. And so this is exactly kind of what I want. I usually ask it, you'll see in the diary, I ask it to like parrot back to me what I needed. And that allows me to verify if I was prompting correctly. And then if in the diary I see that I didn't prompt it correctly, I will rewind often, or at least like make, I'll learn better prompting. It's like as if it was like a compiler run. I look at the compiler output and I'm like, this is not what I wanted. And then I'll think about why it's not what I wanted so that I can either correct it, completely rewind, or the next time something similar happens. So it's, I don't know cloud security now. So let's see. And I can't do this while talking, so I'll have to quiet down for a minute. I should explain the notes that I'm taking. So here I'm like, okay, this is kind of what I want. This is like, okay. I'm like, I don't need the health dashboard really, but it's not too bad. Like I'm right. Like the notes I take is not something I go back to. It's more like to keep myself busy while I'm working, while I'm thinking, because I like thinking by just like scribbling and doodling. So often I'll be like staring into space and just like doodling shit on here. And however, one thing that I noted here that is interesting is like it's starting to talk about the front end registry, even though I only talked about the backend apps. And I think one reason this might be is that I talked about building a front end widget. And so I had the word front end and it kind of latched onto this. I'm not sure. And it's always hard if you don't have the full thinking traces of like understanding why it chose to do something. This one is fun because I don't think I've said add another list at any point. Like maybe I did. Create a new ticket. I want to inspect all the mounted apps. Yeah, I don't know why I decided to add that. So there's always like weird stuff where I'm like, this is a weird choice of words. I really wonder where it's coming from. So I just like write down like, where is it coming from? Just because it slows me down while I'm thinking, and then maybe I'll have an idea. Then I'll go through things. Here I have a thought where I don't think apps is the right name for what I'm doing. I think object might be the better one, or like, I don't know exactly. Entity. There's so many weird words. I'm going to go back in silent mode. So this is good that it gives examples of the API, because when I put this into Claude Code, it will know what it can work with. So the design of the UI will be reflecting this, which might or might not be a good idea, but this is good. There's schemas, UX guidance. It has screenshots in there, which I don't like. I'm going to maybe remove this. Maybe not. We'll see. We'll do different iterations because I don't really know what kind of stuff does. Like this is UI designed by Codex, which I don't really usually doesn't lead to good results. But we'll try it. So we have the design document here, right? I'm just gonna copy paste all of this, and I'm going to go to Claude AI. I'm just gonna paste it. It's not even pasting it as a document. Okay, so create a set of ASCII screenshots of what such an app could be. The UX guidelines here are just rough, and you can ignore them if you want. Output only ASCII screenshots. And a YAML DSL of the widgets underneath. Make a set of different design approaches. Make a first set of screenshots inspired by the Smalltalk class, browser, and environment. So I'm asking it to not write code. It might make fucking code. Like if I see like loading front end design skill, I'm like, fuck. But it doesn't. So this is one of the ideas that I had, which maybe. For pane drill down, it does this. The APIs are here. The schemas are run request, run response. What does it mean to have the schema selected? Does it mean going onto the fourth column? That might be. I'm not sure I like this layout because it doesn't correspond to Smalltalk all that much. So capabilities shouldn't have their own things. It's like, do we have the schema of the APIs? So this is useful because it just gives me like, this is something I can transform into React, right? So this is basically a way to create prototypes. Actually, I don't need the DSL. Man, this thing is so shit because I know when it does this bug, the next time I press enter, all of this is going to disappear. Fucking hate it. So let's see. Also, do we have the schema of the API endpoints? Capabilities are kind of secondary. We don't really care for now. Is it? I don't know. This app is like always broken. My fries are gonna be ready. I'm gonna come back right away. All right, 2 more minutes. Also, YOLO, tonight's gonna be a long night. Fuck it. Drinking some caffeine at 8. All right. So this is more like it. The schema gives us the TypeScript interface shape, but the actual get API slash response body is not shown. We know the structure, but not the concrete data. So this is not available. And then here API is populated. And then, okay, so that's one way of doing it. What's the end things? Many modules, GPR reflection loading, lazy fetch. Okay, so this is not all that interesting. Now do other approaches, you figure it out. In the worst case, we'll just do the first one. And this allows me to like quickly iterate without it writing like a ton of JavaScript. And I can easily say like, hey, just like move this button to the right, move this over there. I kind of like this much more. So it's not, so no, so this is not a TUI. This is not a TUI. This is a sketch for a React application. We do not want to write code yet, because as soon as I mentioned React, I expect it to build code, and it still might, because fucking Claude. All right. No, don't do card. Like, what the fuck? Hey, why not? Card expanded. So what's interesting is like we have a OS kind of framework where we can open multiple windows in a Mac OS 1 style. So maybe you can design icons and windows and right click actions too. I don't know. This might be like gearing it too much, but you know, I haven't done this before for this OS thing. So it's just like experiment with it. So yeah, I like the idea of an apps folder. I don't exactly know what this is supposed to be, but looks cool. All right, so this is nice. I think I'm going to go with this stuff. Yeah, it's a little bit too many windows, right? Like I knew it was over index. Don't do that many windows. Once an app window is open, use tabs, right? I like the list part as well, but use browser. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. So what we're going to do is like make a final design. I like icons plus apps folder plus context menu. Module small talk like module viewer and health status dashboard for all apps. All right. Repeat the ASCII screenshot. Add a YAML DSL with a sketch of React with just keywords and Redux actions selectors. I guess there's not many actions. Fuck it. I'm gonna remove it. For handlers actions to just keywords or short summaries, docs, strings. All right, let's see what this does. And what I'm going to do is now that I have it, like now the app is pretty much the widget part is kind of built, right? I'm going to open Claude Code now and tell it to build the React for it, right? Because at this point, I've iterated enough. This is not iteration that I want to do on a real app because I don't care about the functionality. I just want to like get a sense of, you know, the look and stuff. And then it's doing too much here. Get info, module browser. Hey, whatever. I like maybe the get info is not that bad as an idea. Because this is just fast, like, right? Like I'm making 10 screens and it's like not that many tokens. But also it's a strong indicator of what the look is going to be, right? Like I can easily say like, hey, add tabs or like move this tab to the right, to the left. When it's in an ASCII screenshot part, it's really clear what this is going to look like. When you just do like a verbal spec, it's much more open to being misinterpreted graphically. And yet this is like way less tokens than say a Figma or, you know, a JPEG screenshot. So I've been really liking that, and then I can use it on my $20 plan, and it's cool. And then this is a little bit too much. Like show unhealthy only. Hey, maybe why not? I don't know. I don't know how far I want to get. So this is the React sketch, right? Like we have data sources, which are going to be used for Redux endpoints. Then we have like some state, which is also going to be Redux. We have Redux actions. Some of those, I don't know if they make sense. Then we have the different windows. And this kind of already allows us to, like, it's already the code, right? Like the rest is like just scaffolding over scaffolding. And I kind of like call this like, instead of chain of thought, I call it like chain of DSLs. Like we do have one domain specific language quote, which is the ASCII screenshots, which is at the level at which I work. And then I have this like kind of sketch of code, which is like not really code, but you know, you look at it and you can kind of tell what code it's going to be. And then I'll have it write the real code, and it basically doesn't have to do much thinking anymore because it has a layout, it has the name of the actions, it has the widget names. And if I was a little bit more careful, this is something that I would review where I'd be like, I don't want this label, you know, I just like strike it and edit it. And it's very quick for me to edit and say like, yeah, no, you know, like I don't want this icon here, and I can just delete the icon. Now my fries are ready. So oh man, I put a lot of hot sauce, which I shouldn't have done if I'm on stream because I'm gonna start crying. But whatever. It's like this Jamaican chili hot sauce. I love it. All right. I shouldn't eat finger food. All right, so I think this is finished, right? So we have all of this. What we're going to do is I'm just going to put this into this ticket that we have here. And I'm just going to make a new file that's called like ui.md. And then I'm just going to go into this file, which I can't edit because why? Oh. Going to go into this file. I'm going to just paste all of this. Should move this to workspace 4 so I don't have the modals disappearing. All right, so now we have this in here, right? We have this design document. We have the diary of how it got there. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go into the project folder. I'm going to start Claude, and I'm going to say, I fucking hate Claude code. Create a doc manager. No, work on the doc manager ticket. Work on doc manager ticket. JPA 11 apps browser UI widget. Apps browser UI widget. Look at the design doc and the UI sketch in sources. Create a implementation guide on how to implement this in the context of Go OS frontend, Redux plus Storybook plus React theming, match the existing components and write Storybook stories as you go so I can follow your progress. Keep a don't write code yet, just the implementation plan and upload to Remarkable when done. So I don't know why it doesn't know how to do Go work. And so now it's going to find these screenshots. It's going to find the backend APIs. It's going to find the existing code, which hopefully it will match. It will hopefully also, man, the permissions in Claude Code are also so fucking annoying, and I don't trust Opus and Sonnet, so I don't want to give it Codex. I just give it access to my whole computer. Claude Code I just don't like, so I'll have to figure out some like VM solution or whatever. So I'm doing an implementation plan just to know if Claude Code completely misinterpreted what I meant, because that has, I don't know how to prompt it. Like I don't use it often enough to be really skillful. Like a lot of it is probably skill issues. I really liked using PyAgent with Claude, but since they're cracking down on the use by third-party agents, I don't want to risk it. So I'm back in Claude Code, and Claude Code feels like such a bloated piece of like engineering. I don't get it. Like not it behaves so much weirder and worse than PyAgent, which is like nothing. Like even the compaction is really weird. But also, despite like detailed plans like this, I had some luck having Codex build like good UIs, but also sometimes it just like looks atrocious, like a developer UI, despite all the prompting effort. So now I just like have Opus do it, and then Codex cleans up afterwards instead of trying to one shot it. because I did all the contextual menus with Codex. I mean, they look so ass. Look at that. What the fuck is that? And it has widgets, right? Like there's existing widgets to do this, and it just like decided to do its like ugly ass stuff. I don't really get it. But so I think in the chat window I can do. There's like other ones that are like even worse. Yeah, look at that. So I know why people prefer Claude. If especially if you do front end, like there's no way you can really work with Codex, I think. All right, let me read the full UI sketch. What is this document here? Why is this weird URL? It is the docs. Why did I copy them over there? That's weird. I really wish I could see the thinking traces of this, because what caused it to do this? Let me also check a few more key files to understand the exact patterns. Like something must have triggered that. And I think it's the reinforcement training and the thinking. But I would be like, they censor that shit. So Gemini last year had uncensored traces for like a few weeks or month. It was the best thing ever. It was so cool. When they censored them, it really felt like losing a good friend. Like I didn't think I would like have an emotional attachment to like a pile of floats, but it really felt like something sad had happened. So I get the like companion psychosis stuff a little bit. All right, this is a fascinating stream, huh? Because we're still like just building the plane. You can maybe tell how like methodical I am in all of this instead of like YOLOing agents. Maybe I'm wrong, but if this was real life, I'd probably have like another thing going on at the same time. I'd probably like start building AGI, Arc AGI backend. But we're on stream and I'm hungry. Also, where did I put my? Oh, there you go. So during the day, I also do that. Just like stare into space, or like clean my room or something. Because the best ideas come to me, at least, when I walk around or when I take a shower. And a good idea can save you like a whole day of prompting. I'm just taking a minute today, though. Let me run another research at the same time. So, create a new ticket to integrate Arc AGI as a backend module in GoGo OS. We need a Go proxy because we are running the Python. I want to either run the Python in a Dagger pipeline to keep it contained with a Docker file, or maybe just raw as is to start. Design the module API, the proxy, the methods. I ultimately want to play games, and yeah, create a detailed research plus implementation architecture guide for a new intern that doesn't know anything about either ArcAGI or Go OS or building third-party module for Go OS, and I ultimately want to add this to Vazen OS. Use prose, bullet points, use verbose prose, bullet points, pseudocode, code snippets, API references, diagrams. We're going to do it like 8+ pages. Store in ticket and upload to Remarkable. You can run experiments in the ticket scripts folder. Also store all temporary scripts if you write any. So I say it can run experiments because I suspect it's going to write some Go code with Dagger to just like try building the Python. It will try running the Python. And that's information that's actually really important for it to do a good, even just like implementation document, because it is a weird setup. There's a lot of Python in there that's not really important. It's like a complicated setup left and right. So I wanted to like put in some effort at its writing to really make sure that we're just like not inventing stuff, then realize that Python doesn't work. The whole Dagger thing was a stupid idea. I wanted to recognize that up front, but I also want to have like a trace of the stuff that it does instead of it writing code in like /temp or something. So basically the stock manager tool that I have that writes into ttemp under a ticket, it's basically there. Everything that doesn't have to do with the core application that I'm building is going to go into that directory. Like I don't want any LLM slop to escape that directory. All the stuff that outside should be like the most elegant, concise, to the point documentation and code. And all the like temporary garbage and whatever is going to be in the ttemp. And that allows me to be like very choosy about the documentation I write, right? Like documentation might be really important for today. I might like have a whole set of documents that are really important for doing things today, but tomorrow they'll be like out of date. So I want to put them into a directory that says like, hey, this is from like February 25th. Today is like March. Like maybe we don't really need that. Oh shit, I didn't restart the Codex agent, so it's still using like sub agents. Which for research might be interesting. Agent spawn failed. Okay. Whatever. So well, at least we have this, right? And then, yeah, we want to override. We want to have all edits on. So hopefully this is going to upload it pretty soon. And man, I allowed every remarky command. That's so weird. I'll have to learn. Yeah, and it asked me again, but it's asking me exactly the same thing. I like this is so fucking buggy. I hate it. I hate it so much. It's like already 3 versions ahead as well. Oh, I hate it so much. Um, but yeah, we'll see. So it's too bad. I should have thought about doing this other research first because now we would be looking at a document, right? And I don't know if there's much more that I can do right now. Um, okay, it's been uploaded, so let's go look at it. Why does this want my permissions? No fucking way. Um, all right, let's go back to the tablet. And there we are. We're going to go to. Oh, is it going to appear? Where did it store it? 2711's app browser UI widgets. Okay, so it didn't change. Implementation guide. Apps browser in Go OS frontend. All right. I'm gonna go quiet a little bit again just to so I can think because the last time I did it and I was talking on stream, I made like a couple of stupid errors. And stupid errors that cost you like the whole day potentially, right? Like it's just like launch the LLMs, they make like something that's not perfectly clean, and then you just like spend your next 6 hours and 15 context windows fixing it instead of spending the 3 minutes up front being like, nah, I don't think so. Oh, you're not even seeing what I'm looking at. I'm sorry. Um, this is what I'm going through, and I'm taking notes on it, and I'm just like writing down what comes to my head. It doesn't even really need to be like very interesting. But I knew I need to do it in quiet, otherwise, I'm just not able to read what I look at. So this is an important one. It should use RTK query. See, and if I didn't catch that, I would suddenly have fetches in the code base. I wouldn't even be aware that the fetches are there, and it might work just fine, right? But then it will balloon, and at some point I'll be like, I have like 15 fetches, and I like it's not using my Redux store, and like what the fuck is going on? So those things, I'm like literally, I'm like watching like a hawk, right? Like there's no way I can. This eats so much time that I had a time where I was just like YOLOing as many agents as possible, like last year around this time when like Claude Code first came out, and it's just making me lose time, personally. So I have a skill, and I'm not sure if my Claude Code is loading its skills correctly, so I'm not gonna gamble on it, and I'm just gonna give it the path to it, because I do have like this. This is, I sure Claude Code overrides this with like a front end design skill or something, because Codex never does it, and PyAgent it never happened as well. I don't like. Oh, I don't like all this CSS stuff. I'm not sure it's correct. It might be correct, but I'm not sure. That's why I added the whole CSS section to the prompt right now. This I'm kind of skipping the UI description stuff. Like I don't think this can like fuck shit up too much. They're self-contained. I had because I used the YAML DSL at the beginning, I know that they're like kind of not using stuff that they're not supposed to be using. This, however, okay, no, this makes sense. So this is also something I might add here is like use WSM to really to allow RTK query to work without mocks in Storybook, just because I don't trust it. Again, like a lot of this is just me not trusting Claude. I mean, it's overdoing it, but whatever. Like these things, copy base URL. What? Who needs that? Whatever. I'm not gonna tell it to not do it because those are pretty well self-contained, right? They're just like data, which means that the OS framework is like decent. All right, then it's the registration. Register in Vazen OS. That's cool. Do we want to make this a package? I mean, I think it is going to be a package. Also, is this going to end up as a separate package? Window content adapters. What is that for? All right, whatever. This whole like front end registration stuff is going to change massively, I think, because the apps, for what I have in mind, the idea of an app is not correct. Or the idea of like an app window or an app's framework, it just doesn't fully make sense. So I know that app manifest, for example, right? Like app manifest here, or like apps like this here is not going to survive. So I'm not going to fret about it because I don't know exactly what the right API is going to be. Key patterns, cheat sheet. So this might be good, except that it didn't do the RTK query stuff. See, it doesn't mention it. So update the document with what I told you. All right, so I made these like set of mental notes, and right, like the one really important one that I caught is use RTK query, because this allows me then to use WSM in the storybook, which it also wasn't mentioning, and then all the rest is kind of okay. See, I don't. Why does it? Oh, because it's in like Claude Code. Whatever. No, this is a multi-repo. You doofus. No, WSM is the mock HTTP worker for Storybook. So, so that's a problem. Like my workspace manager is also called WSM, and then WSM is the mock HTTP worker. And this is why I hate Claude Code. It's just like it hangs on my keyboard strokes. It's like literally eating up keyboard strokes, which is like a feat. I don't know how you do that in 2026. Losing keystrokes in a terminal. Look at that. I'm typing and it's like lagging so bad. I don't know how they do that. It's insane. Unloading plugin. All right, let's go see if this guy's finished. This guy's almost finished, right? So we will be able to look at how to integrate ArcAGI, at least on the back end, as an app, which means that when both finish, we will probably have ArcAGI as an app in our app browser. And at that point, we'll get pretty close to what I want to build. It's pretty exciting. I mean, we'll get closer. I don't know if I'll be able to really demo the cool part, and I'm not able to really explain it. But I think it will. Oh man, it sounds so crazy to say it. It sounds completely deluded to say it. I think this is going to show what that software engineering is dead. It sounds so fucking weird to say. It sounds unhinged. But I know it works in prototype form, and now I'm building it as a coherent framework and a coherent concept and something I will use like daily. And I can show it in the current state because I broke too much, I think. I can try actually. Create a card to search for a product and update its stock. This is GPT-4.1 mini, just to, by the way, showcase what's going on. And then I can have, so I don't have like the full widgets, but see how I can type in, like this is the real app, right? I don't know if the update stock itself works. Like there might be an issue that it needs to refresh or something, because there are still primitives that I need to flesh out. But I'm curious to see, did it update the tote bag? No. So there might be an issue with like the actions and stuff. But I want to remind you, this is GPT-4.1 mini, and it did build this in 11 seconds, right? And I can show you it's running in a VM. So it's like fully sandboxed, right? You can see the artifact here, and then it's running in a VM. While I close the window, if I open the window, you can see it's instantiating the JavaScript VM. It's running this inside the VM, and it's getting the state from outside. And then I can show you the code for this, right? Oh, the editor worked before. This is the code for this little app that GPT-4.1 mini, which is really like a fucking shit old model, has created. And so it renders, when it renders, it gets like the card state and the global state. The global state has the inventory, right? And then it has local state, which you can store the card state, right? Like the selected SKU. and then it returns the UI, which is a panel, text, and input. Like that's the only widgets that I have right now. That's why it's like such a weird UI. It can only do text, input, and like a panel. I think, yeah, panel, text, input, button. That's like the only things it can do. And so here, the query of like update stock, the one that's broken is because the card action patch might not be correct. And then it says notify, there's stuff that needs a little bit of polish, right? But like, I want to remind you, this is like 2,000 characters, so it's like 500 tokens maybe, and then, oh fuck this, it was written by GPT-4.1 Mini, and like once this card is written, like you're done, right? You can find it here. Oh no, you can't find it yet. So there's a bunch of stuff that needs fixing, but right, like you can tell, this is the code that came back from the LLM. It's not even a reasoning model. I think the prompt that I sent it, I never looked at it. I think it's pretty garbage as well. But it created an app in like 11 seconds with GPT-4.1 Mini, and I have a ton more widgets that are pretty cool. Like we're gonna go to the storybook soon. So it's updating its plan, replace. So it's still doing that. It's pretty slow today. Let me start. I wonder where the storybook is now as we moved things around. Okay, where is the storybook launcher now that allows me to see all the widgets and stories? Is it Vazen OS? And it uploaded our Arc AGI thing because it's on stream, and I think it's already hard for people to follow. If people are following it all, I'm gonna skip looking at a second document, and I'm just gonna kind of hover around. At least we'll launch the storybook. Currently has no storybook. Storybooks config exist at GoGoOS package JSON because I want to run all the storybook stories across packages. Can I do that in Vazen OS? So like inventory, etc. Or should we wait to move the packages over? I'm not sure what I'm prompting here. I think running it in GoGoOS is the way to go for now, because we haven't cleaned up the front end modules. So backend modules is like fairly easy to do, right? Like loading them as plugins. Loading modules at runtime in the front end, there's like something called federated modules, which seems a little bit experimental. I'm not a front end person, so I hope stuff is not going to get too crazy. Also, I don't know how important it is. So short answer, don't wait. You can do this now without moving packages. GoGoOS as Storybook. Go app inventory as Storybook. Vazen OS does not have Storybook. Keep stories in their owning repo. Run both storybooks on different ports. Okay, but can I unify both? Why do I need to run two? Can I import the stories of both into Vazen OS and run them from there? But anyway, this has a storybook, right? I'm gonna run it in new session T OS storybook, and then we're gonna run storybook here. What does one look like in code? Is that a storybook feature that you can unify multiple? Yeah, we're gonna do this afterwards. So to show you what the storybook looks like, this is the to-do app, and then we have in the shell, we have like the chat sidebar is like something from the very early prototype. It actually looks pretty good. But all of this is also like old, but it also looks pretty cool. So I decided to keep it around. This is the desktop shell, right, that we had. Then desktop primitives is just like the backend. The desktop icon layer is just like this kind of stuff. And then in the widgets, we have a ton of like super cool widgets. We have like the disclosure triangle. We have like drop down lists. So we have all of these things that I haven't like yet used. We have a full code editor. We have like this chat view. We have checkboxes. What other ones are cool? Like the halos are pretty cool. So the Mac OS 1 showcase. Yeah, so we have palettes. We have like little halos from Smalltalk. There's like progress bars and like tabs, drop downs. All of this stuff is there. There's like a ratings picker. Oh, it doesn't seem to work. Stars. It doesn't have state. Whatever. There's like all kinds of stuff in there. This is the runtime card debug thing. There's like a multi-select list. That one looks garbage. And probably I'll need to clean things up a little bit here. There's a toast. There's a tool palette. Like there's like a lot to go on already. All right, anyway, so this is a storybook feature. Oh yeah, this is a storybook feature. That's crazy. I didn't know that. Storybook config, reference GoGo OS inventory. That's crazy. I didn't know that. All right, but we'll do it later. So let's quit the tmux. Don't ask again. I already told you 15 times that you shouldn't ask for this command. I don't know why it does that. So anyway, hopefully we'll be able to build the apps browser just for the sake of seeing the ArcAGI app appear. I'm going to, just to parallelize stuff because it is getting, I want to get somewhere that works tonight. So I'm going to go back to my tablet, right? And then I hope that Codex has uploaded this ArcAGI document, and it uploaded it to GEPA 12, which is why doesn't this appear on my tablet? Sometimes it uploads it to the next day. Yeah, so see, there it is. So this is an ArcAGI pattern thing. When you tell it to do like 10 plus pages, it makes like 29 or like 30, 25 on my tablet. So I like that because it forces Codex to write a little bit more nicely. It's still not Opus level, but at least it like writes shit. So, and it doesn't do like a bullet point list or something. So, all right, so this guy has actually updated the plan. So maybe we can start the implementation of this. All right, so context left until auto compact. All right, now create a detailed list of tasks in the ticket to implement it. Then work task by task, commit appropriately, keep a running diary, check of tasks as you go. All right, so hopefully I don't trust the compaction. I don't trust anything about Cloud Code, but let's see. And this is not going to be invasive since it's like a self-contained thing. All right, cool. So this is going, if everything goes well, we'll come back and we'll have an app browser in the front end. This is going to be really cool. I'm also going to say, by the way, whatever. We don't need to restart the backend, so that's cool. I like these, like the word new intern makes it like much more didactic, which is good because I'm learning about this, right? So the practical target, I'm going to have to go back to silent mode for this. Codex is really good at figuring out what's out of scope or not. I like that because Claude just like does too much. I'm not sure about the structured events. How does that work? But I think it found like the timeline event stuff. And I'm writing down questions like these. I know they'll be answered further in the document, but it like empties my brain or just like slows me down a bit. So this kind of language down here is a direct consequence of asking it to write for an intern, and it's really nice because since they're auto-regressive, right? Like they'll look at it, their own writing, and because it's explained so clearly, it will reduce the chances of it being like garbage in the back later. Let me kill this like red thing. Redshift. P kill redshift. All right. So it doesn't look like parchment. Right, so here it found the Python API is describing it, which is also useful to have all of this in a single document because when we're going to build this in the future, it will just look at this document and know both about the Go side and the Python side without having to look for stuff again and without having to like write temporary documents in addition to this. It's good to surface like hard points, right? So the thing I wonder is like this should be running in Docker if possible. I would like it to. The fact that the word dagger doesn't appear here. I don't know. Have to keep an eye on it. See, it's going to start with the raw process first and containerize later. And I actually don't know if the raw process is going to be harder because of the pyenv. So I'm very tempted to go containerize straight away. Right, the raw process driver, I don't know if it tested it. So that's maybe something to ask it. Like, did you run an experiment? Did you try launching the raw arc AGI process. Because if it did, then I'll be like, yes, I launched it raw via the ticket smoke script. So that's why I asked it to write experiments, right? It's like it's able to do a choice because it was able to launch it. I think if it wasn't able to launch it, then it wouldn't have made that decision. I still don't see it like did this kind of stuff here. So these are things like if afterwards it realizes like, man, I can't start this Python, there's like a real issue here, that would have compounded. Did you try running Dagger containerized too? Yeah. What's a spike? Do it. If it works, update the doc to go straight to containerized. Try downloading a few games and running some actions as well. Because the reason I ask it to run game is like I suspect there might be storage issues, and Dagger and storage is always. Oh, where's that coming from? Yike, the word spike. Is that a common thing? My English as a third language is asking. Is wondering. I mean, I could just fucking ask, right? Jira project management. Oh, interesting. Extreme programming spike solution. I love this kind of stuff, right? Because like, I mean, I really got into trouble at school because I would ask like, but what is this? Why? And I would like get sent to the principal. But being able to do this now is just like awesome. Yeah, so running experiments can cause it to over-index, right? Like I wouldn't just put that into a skill or an agent MD and do that because it will do it every time and it might get distracted by it. But in this case of like, I don't really know if that is good, like this like weird thing. And so yeah, all right, that's cool. I'll remember that. Yikes, thank you. Um, but see, this like kind of, dude, I don't know if this is good what I do or if it's like it works for me, but this is what allows me to like, right? Like I don't know if I one shot things in a way because I'm so slow and careful, and I shouldn't call it one shot because I do this like deep research. But to me, it just feels like forward, 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 forward. Even though I do these little adjustments, to me, it's just like, I've been thinking about this. Like maybe we should do it, maybe we shouldn't. But the code that I produce is just like usually I'd never like have to undo code stuff. So, and I barely use any tokens, right? Or like, I mean, barely. I do use a lot of tokens, but I also write like a lot of software. Dude, what the fuck? You have edits. Why'd you ask me about Make Dear? I don't know if everything's one shot. Like I've gotten into trouble. I got into trouble recently twice. What was it? Like last week, I definitely didn't read the documents enough. I didn't realize that when I'm on stream and I talk, my brain is off. It doesn't read. Uh, and that got me into like a weird situation for sure, where it was like basically it misunderstood what I actually wanted. And then I had like a big refactor where I just like was like, and in that case I was like, can it do such a big refactor with like a single one sentence prompt? And I asked it to write tools and it wrote like not great tools, and then it was like mostly busy with fixing its own tools instead of doing the refactor. So that was that was uh I don't know what the difference between PNPM and NPM is, to be honest. Um yeah. So I'm definitely overwhelmed, right? Like even though I run one or two agents, I'm constantly reviewing these documents and like kind of always have the impression there's always something in there, even with Codex, where I'm like, thank God I caught that. Um, and I am just saturated, right? Like there's no way I can do more at that point. It's just like I have all these dreams and ideas, but I can't even test or use really. I can build more than I would use already. So what's the point, right? Yeah, PNPM workspaces is what I use, and it's like what I used at my previous work. But I was like, I kind of missed the whole package manager wars because I went back to embedded. I was like, when Node came out, I was still in the front end land. And it's funny because Ryan Dahl was giving these like talks about Node to like 5 nerds in Germany, which was pretty funny. And I was like, oh, this dude just like put like V8 and added like select or like the event loop on it, like whatever. It's like front end person discovering Unix, which is cool, but like I didn't and then Node exploded everything, right? It was so crazy to see because I was like, it's just an experiment, that's cool. And maybe he did as well, I think. Um, man, that was like the explosion of web front end frameworks, and I of course built my own crazy thing on top of. Actually, I did reuse Backbone Marionette, but I had this crazy. That website was still up last year. It finally, thank God, got replaced because it didn't. It was built just as like mobile started to be a thing, so I guess it survived. Like, when did mobile start to be a thing? Like 2008 ish, and then a lot of people started using it. Like the normies really got onto mobile around 2011 ish, I would say. Like Instagram and all that stuff came out back then. Man, those were funny times. Context left until auto compact 0. Like, don't fuck my shit up, Claude. Don't fuck it up. I am worried that it will. Oh, and I still haven't removed the like sub modules. So what is it doing here? Arc API AGI Dagger container smoke. Updating that a little bit. So it's iterating this, right? Like it's figuring out how to use Dagger. Will it fuck shit up on auto compact? I mean, you think it won't find all the documents that I wrote? Yeah, I didn't catch the debrief. I mean, I added the tasks, so I mean, I kind of want to run it as an experiment, dude. I want to see it explode. And also, because Codex compaction works so fucking well, and then like in Pi, the Claude compaction also worked really well. Like, is it going to read the tasks? Yeah, look. So I think with the diary and the tasks, it might not do too badly. So I'm gonna tell it though, don't forget to read the tickets diary, and don't forget. Oh, I see. Find tasks, MD, and diary. So I think the diary really helps with the compaction. Like I'm always like, is the model so good? Codex definitely is really good. It used to I managed to like kind of kill it after 7.8 context windows before 5.3 came out, or like before that compaction endpoint came out. And then since then, it's just been like indestructible. It's like absolutely. It might like lose a bit of context window size. I have the impression as it goes along. But like this has been running since fucking yesterday or whatever. Yeah, because like look at this diary, right? It's like it has so much nice info in it, and it always says like, hey, I did this, right? And then why did I do this? And like what worked and what didn't work. Why does it target like unexisting files, man? Fucking Claude Code. And it says like, oh, well, it was tricky, and it's like appears like reflection appears in many unrelated repos. Those are things that are useful for me to also be like, hey, maybe we should like reorganize this. I've been a bit lazy lately in like reading diaries, but they are really useful. I'm a little bit worried that it hasn't written to its diary. Fuck. Or did it write that? No, it fucking didn't write in its diary, man. What the fuck? Because it's in the skill as well, and it's in the fucking agent MD as well. It's like everywhere that it has to write in its diary. And I did prompt it explicitly, I think, right? Create a detailed list of tasks, appropriately keep a running diary. What the fuck, man? Oh, this makes me so angry. Like, I hate it. Because with Pi, it was like really good, kind of. Like, it used to do some like stupid shit, but. And here it's just like constantly just. Oh, man. It just makes me so angry. Why is it so bad? All right, a random Dagger container a spike and update a ticket to make this. Okay, so make a detailed list of tasks in the ticket and then work on it task by task, commit appropriately, keep a diary. This is so important to me that I keep repeating it manually. Yeah, I just don't want to use my Claude Code subscription, man. Like the API costs are so high. And like I wonder why it's so fucking dumb, man. I know there's like minimal Claude Code harnesses that like try to fuck it up, because the Claude Agent SDK is also something that they banned in the TOS, right? So you're really stuck with this like nonsense harness, and I don't know why. Like I don't know if they know how bad it is. I don't know. Yeah, but like that's not the point, right? For Pi is like if they realize that Pi has like some kind of workaround. No, it is. Look at the TOS. It is. Acceptable use. OAuth is intended exclusively for Claude Code and Claude AI using OAuth tokens for Promax, including the Agent SDK. Is not permitted and constitutes a violation of the consumer terms of service. Right? Developers building products or services that interact with Claude's capabilities, including those using the Agent SDK, should use API key authentication. Does not permit third-party developers to offer Claude AI login or to route, right? Yeah. No, it's like they explicitly say it's not clear. Like I don't know what this is, but I'm not wanting to gamble because they say also like we're gonna ban people without warning as well. So at some point I might just oh shit, no, this is good. Yeah, it's weird, right? Like because I remember someone linking that thing as well, but being able to use the Agent SDK means you can kind of circumvent. Yeah, right, because like Pi has a thing for it, and I don't know. I haven't heard of people getting banned. Maybe I should ask in the in the group, yikes, have you asked how other people do it? Because in AI in action, no one really answered, I think. Or maybe I missed it. I don't know what Ralph is doing. He changed his nickname recently, didn't he? All right, what is so both are running, both are doing some pretty big ass tasks, and I think we might actually start seeing things appear in the storybook, right? I might have to restart it. Book tracker debug, CRM, shell, contract widgets, plugin runtime, story preview, and MSW storybook add-on. Oh, we weren't using MSW? Oh, it's not WSM, it's MSW. All right, well, I was able to figure that out because that's something Codex would probably got have hung up on. Storybook app icon stories apps browser. Storybook apps browser. Is it appearing? Should I reload this entirely? I probably have to restart this. Or tmux attach t os storybook. Ah, see, it's crashing. Apps browser. Failed to register the service worker. That I always run into this MSW failed to register the service worker thing. Yeah, the mock service worker JS. Man, these are bad memories. Everything is else for casual. Well, I mean, I'm running a business. But yeah, if you can find that tweet again, that I would enjoy that because like this upsets me every time. This really upsets me every time. And like, did it fucking keep a diary? Like, at least it checked off its tasks. And we're at phase 9, 8, phase 9. And is it keeping a diary? Do I have to remind it? Oh, look at that. Now it put a shit ton of stuff in here. No, it didn't. Front-end implementation, phases 5 of 7. Okay. Oh, man. I wonder why, like, man, I was explicit. I put it, I mean, maybe it's just, yeah. Yeah, beats is an option. I like the diary because it's pleasant to read for me, right? Like, I like reading it, seeing like what was good, what was bad, because that helps a lot then creating skills afterwards, or just when it finds the right ttemp document, then it's able to avoid all the mistakes that it did, right? Yeah, hooks, right? Like the agent SDK is nice. And I'm definitely going to um well, I'm gonna build my own. Fuck it, right? Man, reach on X is so in the gutter. I get like 40 views. It's nuts. It got so bad. Like it was already bad before, but I get like 500. Now I get 40. That's nuts, man. Or did they change their um did Ecamm change their viewer count? No, look at this shit. 52. That's crazy. Yeah, Spaces, but you can't share a screen in Spaces, right? You can just like yap. Fail to register the service worker. It's because I have to kill it again, right? Come on, man. Ah, look at that. That looks cute. Man, I like the design. This is just such a cool design. I love it. Hey, AKA01 TAR T4R. Oh, nice. How is India at this time of year? Where you at in India? I used to work with a lot of people in India. I loved it. They were always greeting me. They had so many all festivals. It was crazy. That's funny, Spike. Yikes! I'd never heard of the term Spike. Should look into my XP books, huh? All right, are we gonna see? Uh, Look at that. It like shut off again. No. Task detail. Apps browser. Module browser window. There we go. It's looking good. It's looking good. I like it. And I can interact with it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Fetch from API schemas run request. Ooh, this is getting good. Um, Razzmatazing. What is this dude doing on its own little side? It's filling out the endpoints for the games. Driver common. All right, cool. Shall we start building a UI for the Arc API AGI stuff? Oh, Bangalore? Cool. Cool. My girlfriend a long time ago was spent like 6 months there, I think, doing like biology research. That's cool. Are you a software person, aka? Hey, while this is running, I'm just gonna make some stuff. Make ASCII screenshots of a UI to play Arc AGI 3 games. Only ASCII screenshots and explanation. Do some research if necessary. They are sketches of our final macOS 1 looking UI. Electrical engineering, is that what ECE is? When I used to do like coaching, mentoring of like computer science student and stuff like that, they all came either from Nigeria or from India. And they were like super eager. It was really cool. You hate shipping, yikes. I hate shipping too. I like building. I like building things that work, and then I hate shipping them. Electronics. So do you build, like, are you a student or are you an electronics engineer? Like, what kind of stuff do you build? Like, do you work on it in your free time as well? AKA like on YouTube, because yeah, 'cause you're on X, right? So you don't see the messages from other channels. Yeah, I love that too. Yikes, it's like crazy that we're in a time where, so the Yikes says he loves making PRDs. Can I add this to the stream? There we go. Oh, you're on YouTube and X only. I'm on Twitch as well. I don't know if it's a good idea or not, but I mean, it's a question if I have any reach or not. The crazy thing is, like, I know that programming streams are like kind of fucking boring to watch. Um, but also, man, this is, yeah, cool. I'm an embedded engineer, aka or like, it's one of my big things. I love it so much. Like now these days with LLMs, it's like not reading data sheets anymore is like, oh, it's such a bliss. I'm worried that Claude will not understand macOS 7 look, although it should, right? Yeah, me neither. Everything is like high frequency, silicon, all of that stuff. That's just way too complicated for me. I'm like, there's 0 and there's 0 volts and there's 3.3 volts. And then if you have a motor, you've got 12 volts. And then that's like kind of where I stop. And I also know not to put I2C wires next to motors. uh, yeah, you're supposed to whatever. Like, I just don't have the patience, I think, to become. So yeah, Cable was telling me that I should open a Patreon, which might be more of a thing, right? And he told me a lot of people on AI in Action would subscribe to a Patreon. Uh, AK, any tips from you for building embedded systems? What kind of stuff are you building right now? Like, how's your programming? Because I know embedded from programming. I'm not like I haven't made a PCB in like 20 years, like 15 years. But I program quite a bit, and I've had really fun with the M5 stack thing. So I don't know how affordable those are in India with an Indian income, but they're really affordable with a US income rate. And I've been having so much fun with these little things here. So this is like Wi-Fi plus Bluetooth with a microphone and a speaker, and then you can connect it to OpenAI, and you can basically make like your little Bluetooth assistant. It's like crazy. It's fucking $13. Fractional CTO agency, yeah. Yeah, I should do a Patreon. I've been starting to write because Opus is good enough at writing now that I don't that because when I start writing, I just like start writing an article that's actually 15 articles, and then it just like stop because I'm like, I don't want to write. And Opus helps me map out a single idea, and then it writes it like in my autistic style. So that's pretty cool. It's funny, like older articles of mine have been posted on Hacker News, and people are like, "What the fuck is this written by an AI?" And it's like, no, it's 2019, dude. It's like, and so I often have to use an AI to not sound like AI, which is, eh. Design language notes. Okay, so oh man, I hate fucking Claude AI is horrible too. Oh, you can't make this wider. I hate it. The landing screen. Okay, so that's cool. It looked at Stochastic Goose. I don't want the leaderboard. Game view. Legend discovered so far. That's cool. Ooh, I like that. Game view. Target pattern. Wait, what the fuck is that? Oh, that's another game. Oh, that's funny. I like the exploration thing. I like that. Okay, make a very simple one screen layout for playing all games. Generic, simple. We'll start with that. Everything else later. Yeah, the Patreon, I think, Yikes, is a good idea because it grows well with word of mouth, I think. Right? Like people subscribe and then it will allow me to get a bit more focused on my content production and then ultimately hopefully write like a book that really goes at the fundamentals. Like I think I'm getting more and more back to the old stuff, right? Like you've seen this was like GPT-4.1 for generating the app, which like still blows my mind, but also I've programmed enough with GPT-4 that I know that this was possible. I didn't do any prompt engineering for this. It's like a shitty codex prompt. So the funny thing is like I tried this prompt in Jimmy Chat, and so Jimmy Chat generated this in like 20 milliseconds and it worked. So I can generate like an app in 20 milliseconds. It's so fucking crazy. Um yeah, and I think there's a lot of value in me spending 20 minutes just recording a demo where you see it on screen versus just having it in a blog post. And conversely, having like a long blog post that explains what's in a video. And so there's always a way of like balancing what you get as a subscriber. And then I will also put in like, like a couple of like $1,000 slots where you get like an hour of my time per week or so, just like as the fractional CEO hook. Uh, aka as an embedded beginner or as a programming beginner. If you're an embedded beginner, um, yeah, C++ is cool. I also like C++, and it's what I'm programming in. Um, or like what I use my AI agent to program in. What's your budget, AK? Because I know India is it usually has like a lower cost, a lower lower income, like compared to the US, lower cost of like, how do you call it? Like you probably have like better infrastructure than in the US, but um, what is it called? Average income engineer. You're not an engineer, right? Like you're a student. Uh, India, Bangalore. I don't know much about India, but just so I know how much, what to look for. Maybe I should work for Open. I don't want to work for OpenAI. I want to see the fucking uncensored traces, man. I want to see them so bad. Uh, so 30,000 rupees? Is that how it works? Yeah, 20K yearly. That sounds about right. $10 hourly from what I remember from back then. It's $50 per month, AK. Do you have electronic stores like you know, where you can get parts and stuff. I just asked the AI, huh? Don't apply it, Anthropic EX. Just don't trust me. I mean, no, don't, whatever. But from a few things I know. That I can't say. So AK, it's $50 a month. Yeah, that makes. I knew that this was gonna be a struggle. How much is the ChatGPT subscription in India? Is it also $20 a month? Do you have contacts to people who want apps that are not in AI? Yikes! Like traditional development shops. Although it's like a weird time. Is that AI? Interesting. Well, it's more for learning. It's that stuff that's cool, right? Like I'm not thinking too much about it as coding because if AK wants to learn embedded, I would recommend doing a lot by hand, but with good resources and being able to answer questions well. That's why I'm trying to see if the like web subscription might work. Because the free is not good, right? So this, I didn't think of that. AK, do you have an opportunity to go to a Fab Lab, to go to like hacker spaces and stuff like that? So ZAI is, I mean, I should subscribe to that if it's $3 a month. AK, do you know how many donuts you could buy for $50 a month here? Fucking 10. Oh, I hate it. All right, ZAI code, is that what you said? Oh, cool. Write a Raspberry Pi Pico Zigbee, no, Wi-Fi server in C++. Yeah, this is good. This is good. Like I'm sure there's like some good research things now. What the fuck? What was I gonna look for? How do I find cheap scope in Bangalore? AK, do you know these places? So what is that? What is ChatGPT Go? Oh, cool. You have an ESP32 and Arduino. That's perfect. So I would recommend going with the ESP32, C++, and ESP right? Learn those and learn FreeRTOS. So what I would do, I don't know how much, right? Like I'm trying to find like, because the way I work and learn things, and like maybe I'll find some for my, because I've learned ESP32. I had never used that before. Um, so the way I do it is, well, let's go try, right? Because I have a shit ton of research about how to work with ESP-IDF, and so I made myself like a lot of books to teach me, but to teach me about the stuff that I have. Um, do you have access to an oscilloscope, AK? Um, right. So I had like just a lot and lot of like research topics and like little exercises and stuff like that, right? Um, and so fuck, this is not bad. Does it? Did it do a web search? Where does it get that from? Did it do a web search? Um, telescope. Oh, scope. No. Oh man. We're flagged as a hitman now. Um, no, it's not required, but if you have access to one, it can really help debug things. Um, like that's for me, buying a scope was a really, really big step. So I don't know how affordable it is for you. If you are able to get one, I would do that. I'm sure there's like small scopes. These I still have mine from like 20 years ago, 25 years ago. And it's perfectly fine. It's like it's doing everything I need it to even today. Hello, my boy. Are we waking up from our slumber? Come here. Come say hello. Oh, who's here? Come say hello. Oh. Yeah, you don't like it, huh? All right. My cat's gonna start meowing, and that makes me angry. Makes me stressed. Um, I'm sure there's a lot of like small scopes. I like it really is going to be an affordability thing, right? So uh that is interesting. Uh how good is this? Yeah, I was thinking of like that. I'm sure there's like stuff like this, which is just like built um It's 1 megasamples. It's not great. Um, yeah, you want 100 megahertz. It's 12K. That's a lot, right? Um, so this is great because it will teach you a lot about how voltage behaves and stuff like that. So if you can afford something like this is probably just as good as what I have. Um, Mine was right because it has 2 channels. Um, that's good enough. It's like maybe a little bit restrictive overall, but and if you can find one used, that is probably good as well. And do you have like sensors or actors or like all kinds of like little things to attach to your ESP32? Um, so here there's like it's really no, that's not what I wanted to do. Um, Actually, let me see. What is Moglix? Um, let's go to Amazon EIN. Um, Sensors, actors, actuators, Arduino. So there's these kits of sensors and actors. And so once you have one of those, like you have enough to build for a really long time, right? Like you get like a ton of different sensors, like little motors, infrared LED, like a laser LED, whatever. So I get one set of these just to have something to work against, right? To have projects. And then once you start, so this doesn't have a motor, but whatever. Because then you can just like build, oh yeah, cool. Okay, cool. Cool. Yeah, yeah. So what I would do then is like, so look at this. I wonder, ZAI is like, what's the cost of ZAI? Um, Thudum. Um, all right. Yeah, this looks cool, man. Um, so you can put in, uh, make me a list of educational projects with these sensors and ESP32, right? Um, and then I just get some ideas. And usually, right, when I think about something, I'm like, I don't know what to build. And I browse, and then stuff is like, I don't have the components for this. Um, there's all of that. Where can I buy this product? It's like, like here, account. Oh, it's free. I mean, it's great. Then use ZAI. Um, this is great. So then you have a list of projects, right? Yeah, ZAI coding plan. I don't know if AK you should use coding all that much with AI as you're learning. It will certainly become necessary at some point just because it allows you to go faster. Um, so what are the Indian prices though? Or is this just worldwide? Uh, I mean, electricity costs the same everywhere, doesn't it? Huh? Uh, $10 per month, $30 per month, 80 per month. Yeah, this is not all that cheap, huh? Plans from $3 a month. It's because it knows I'm in the US. Yeah. Uh, all right, anyway. What do I think I should have known before starting my programming career? Uh, I don't know. I always wanted to program, but invest in the fundamentals. Like, I think as an embedded engineer, there's three things you should know. And I have to remember uh, if I can remember them. Oh fuck no! It's been so long since I mentored people. Um, oh man, I mentored so many people, and now it escapes me like the three concepts that I would say are like the most important. Um, oh man, there's this guy from Portugal that sent me. Oh, I don't. Um, I mean the main advice is just build a lot. Just write a lot of code, right? Like if you want to be a programmer, just like don't worry about writing good code. Yeah, that's one of the main mentoring things that I was giving students is like forget YouTube, forget code advice, forget blogs, forget all of that shit and just write code, and it doesn't matter if it's ugly or not. It doesn't matter if it right like just write code for doing things that are important to you. So write little games, write like if you want a tool to like open your door when you walk past, or like this kind of stuff. Like just focus on building that stuff instead of worrying about learning, if that makes sense. Yeah, write code and finish it, or like finish it in a way that until it's not fun anymore. So um find things that are fun to build, and then don't worry about quality. Worry about just having fun and quantity, if that makes sense. Because if you're having fun and you're building things, you will automatically want to pick up things that allow you to do more of it. If that makes sense. And I know a lot of like in the YouTube age and the internet age and stuff like that, right? Like I had the big advantage when I grew up. My first computer was like at school in the 80s, and it was this freaking computer. Um, and the only thing you could do is like turn it on, and then you had like basic. So you turned it on, and you had to write a program to do anything. And so I wrote like the most fucking stupid programs, right? Like I would write like print fart, and I'd be like print fart, haha, it farted. Um, which looks unspectacular these days, right? Because we're so used to having all of these like crazy computer stuff. But I assure you, if you write it, it's gotta be fun, right? Like I would write stuff like that and be like, oh, that's funny, and then I'd be like, I'd be like, hey, can I print fart like 10 times? Um, And this started to teach me like, hey, I want to do it 10 times. So probably the first time I just like typed it 10 times, right? And then I wanted to do more. And then I remember when I was like 11 or 12, and don't worry about the age. Like, it doesn't matter when you start. It took me like 3 months to build a Hangman game, right? It took, yeah, like, can I make it poop? Like, there was just like all of this stuff, and it could like draw a little square. So it would draw a little square. And we kind of lost that in a lot of environments. So one thing where I found it again is Pico 8. So it's this little environment, and I don't know how you do. You have X, AK, or do you have Mastodon? So this thing was this is really cool. So how do I go to help system? I don't even remember how this works, but how do you switch to the editor? I don't remember how this works. It's crazy. What the fuck? Press escape to toggle editor view. There we go. And then how do you run it? Man, what the fuck? Yeah. So because I would just send you a license for this thing. This is maybe the most fun I had as an adult programming. And we kind of lost it, right? Like, because programming right now looks like this kind of stuff. Even if you just want to do some fun stuff. So anyway, I know if you email the dude and you say you're from India, he'll give you a discount. I'm pretty sure about that. Because he's really right. Like, if and this is awesome just to have fun if you want to focus on programming and just like not get overwhelmed by that. But like, my main advice is just like build stuff, have fun with it. And when I'm like a little bit tired and stuff like that, I'll just like look for projects, right? And I'm like, hey, this is cool, right? I have a voice sensor, I have a relay module, I want to detect clapping sounds to toggle an LED. And then depending on how advanced you are, right, is like, use this as a starting point to teach me FreeRTOS. So now you can start mixing it with more engineering kind of things, right? So if there's something that you have at school, you can put it in. So like, hey, I want to learn this. It's boring as fuck, because I know Indian teaching tends to be like really dry and boring. Like, very like, learn the material in the book and then just answer it. This is a way of taking things from the textbook and then making them fun. So maybe you'll have like, a lecture about, let me look up some engineering school stuff from India, because I always found it hilarious. Engineering FreeRTOS. Oh, what the fuck? FreeRTOS India. I want like some. Is this it? This is a dude doing it for fun, so it's probably not going to be as dry as Anyway, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, right? Um, where things are like really like not like, yeah, let's look at this one. Like it's not India, but it looks like boring as fuck as well. Um, so you've got all this material and you're like, what is this? Like this, um, I don't know, embedded programming? Like, I don't know, microcontroller basics. I don't remember what the name of the schools were that I looked like, Indian engineering school. I don't know. Is this one of those? Yeah, this looks good. Uh, is this? But those are all like influencers now. I remember just the stuff back then. Yeah, this looks like a proper magistral course. Um, it's just like absolutely no sexiness about it. Uh, yeah, exactly. So if you have a lecture like that and you're like, why? What the fuck am I learning this for, right? Um, but actually, the content here is like, because they're the fundamentals, they're like really important, right? So this is like binary system, like which is like, 8085 microprocessors, which like no one has anymore. Yeah, this is the kind of lectures that I remember, right? So you're like, oh man, this is like so fucking boring. What the fuck am I doing with this? Um, Even though it's like, oh, I subscribed. Cool, I'm gonna stay subscribed. Uh, um, what I would do is like, especially if you can download the transcript, um, is can I download this transcript? Um, I'm not gonna finish my operating system tonight, am I? But that's what the stream is for. Dash dash right, subs, sub format, VTT skip, download. There we go. And let's remove the playlist. Yeah, because I want to avoid using paying tools. That's why I'm doing it. Oh, it's free. Yeah. But I just wanted to show like the manual. So download the transcript of your course or like whatever, right? And then I wanted to try it. I wanted to try ZAI as well. So anyway, you've got a boring course. You said like, I've got these, right? Like I've got this like clap thing. Maybe that's like exciting, and then use that to learn some of the more complicated things. So you're going to be like, okay, well, I can make it work with a for loop. That was really cool. Let's build it with a queue. And so now this is the danger with LLMs, is like, don't copy the code, write it by yourself. And only use the LLM to answer questions precisely, not to have the solution. And so turn off autocomplete in your editor if you have it as well, because that will just like confuse you. And it's not going to be fun, right? Like the issue is, the thing is like, learn by failing is, and yet also wanting to have something at the end that's like nice, and recognize, oh, what are all the ways that like a queue can fail? Because if the LLM gives you like the perfect solution, you'll never know to recognize what it means to have a broken queue. But then you can also be like, hey, give me a subtly broken queue program. Don't tell me what's wrong. Yeah, I mean, we all have, these tools are awesome. I like ZAI, but it doesn't seem all that cheaper. But this is good. This is good quality, man. Did you get the full thinking trace? This looks like a full thinking trace. Yeah, this is a full thinking trace. This is awesome. So this is another thing that's interesting these days is you can see how a reasonably good engineer thinks through a problem. Not that this is necessarily correct, but even if it's incorrect, you will learn a lot looking at this. So this is awesome because you can, I don't know if you're still here, AK, but if you look at the VOD or whatever, this is absolutely awesome to learn. Man, yikes. There's a good model with good thinking traces that I can just access. Holy shit. That's awesome. That's awesome. Cause man, this makes me excited because I love that stuff as well, and I need to learn things too. And so when you read this, you basically have it degrades. This is funny. Reading through this and trying to understand what it's talking about and why will teach you so much. And then you can verify it against, right? Like this is, maybe that's like the best thing to do to learn today is like, if you get stuck after building something yourself, ask the question and then read this. Don't read the answer. Yeah, it's a distilled attack, a distillation attack. Yikes. All right, I'm going to try to go back to my project though, because I do want to make progress on it. Oh shit, it's 4 hours in and I don't really have all that much. So we built the Arc backend module. What are we trying to do? We have our browser here, right? Diary updated, tasks MD fully checked off. So we do have probably a lot of... Hey, AK, maybe I'm going to try to stream more often. And I do a lot of embedded these days. So yeah, you're welcome. I wish you all the best. Like I'm embedded is super exciting. I hope that you have a lot of fun doing it. And these days there's like a lot of resources and hopefully stuff is like affordable enough. I mean, you have sensors and you have an ASP32. I hope you're not too worried. Like it could very well be that you smoke one or two, which when I was starting, I didn't have a lot of money as a student and things were way more expensive back then. I was always scared of like smoking a board, right? Like just like breaking stuff. Maybe that's like less of a concern now. Like if you smoke a board, use it as a learning experience. Like it used to stress me a lot and then I would be very careful doing things and I would not build enough as I could have because I was trying to be careful. Things are a little bit more fragile these days though. So, all right. So this looks awesome. This is kind of what I wanted. And I don't know if it's been wired up. So write a documentation for what you built, store in ticket so that our full stack engineer can wire it up. Hey, FPS highlight and hey, D8 Idaho 9001. How are you guys doing? Are you guys software developers? Like what you're into? What we're building right now is like we're building what I call like an operating system, which is a browser thing that allows me to run what I call an application. So it's like something that describes itself, has an API. It's able to describe its API. So this is kind of what it looks like right now. We do have one application. We have like a little AI chat thing here. The goal, however, is to like destroy software engineering as we know it, which I think I will be able to do. Oh, see, destroyed. And what I'm doing tonight is like I've been refactoring this a lot because it started just as like a YOLO prototype, literally, to turn this into a framework. So now what we have is like a backend service that you can mount what is currently called an application. So, and then an application is a backend that describes itself, but it's also like front end modules. And one of the application that I want to build is like an ArcAGI game player, just as like an example thing, because it's like nicely self-contained. It's like graphically a little bit fun. But what I built right now, I had Claude Code build a working with, I thought I installed this thing. Oh man, I can't even copy paste because it's doing these fucking animations. Yikes, I hate this so much. I hate Claude Code. Anyway, we built with Claude Code, we built, because it's good for UI, we built like a little dashboard to see the modules that are currently active in the application, right? So it's kind of like a task manager kind of thing, but also allows us to see the apps that are mounted. And now I want to integrate it to actually see which apps we're running, right? So, and then on the other hand, we have Codex who's wiring up the ArcAGI module. So, all right, that's fine. All right, run it. What are you wondering, FPS highlights? What's the question marks about? I know it's kind of like, it's probably like not easy to understand what I'm building. Because I don't really know myself. I don't know fully. Let me come back. Like, I think it's time for edibles. Man, these things taste so good that I always want to eat more, but. All right, so this is going to create a document. This is going to create a smoke test. And then I hope it will be worth it to check. It should like change software engineering forever. I hope so. We gotta wait. I should have, while I was talking about all this embedded stuff, I should have triggered my agents a little bit more. But so what I'm getting at right now is like, I want to have this in my little UI, right? Like I want to have this in here and actually work. And then, oh my God, what is going on with my mouse today? I think there's like an offset between where I click. So what's cool is like, if I go back here, see, I get like menus appearing. So my menu registration thing is working too. I can open a new chat. Yeah, all of this is working. Like, this is pretty cool. There's a bunch of stuff that's not working. This is ugly as fuck. This is ugly as fuck. But those are just like design things that, because I coded them with Codex and not the editor is not working. That's fine too. We'll fix that. All right, so this has written a document. Now that we have this document, we're going to be able to launch Codex to wire it up. And here we are launching our ArcAGI, which is like a benchmark for AI agents. Run like a little UI for it. So as a follow-up to all of this, I had Claude Code build a little spec and I closed it. We're going to use that for ArcAGI for this guy. Hold on, my headphones just turned off. Oh man. The Man, always when I look for a charging cable, I don't find it. All right. So, game grid. All right. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna take this, and then we're gonna this guy write a spec user guide for a new intern to use the Arc AGI app module and its REST routes. Store in docs folder next to it. So we're going to write some specs. I'm not ignoring you, FPS highlights. Like, don't you hear me talking about you? What am I ignoring? I literally put you on screen, dude. Here. All right. So this wrote some documentation, and then now, I'm going to go here, App Meta Browser UI Widget, ArcAGI backend module, and then I'm going to create a new ticket, create a new doc manager ticket. It doesn't even show me the percent of context window. GPA 13 ArcAGI widget to create a similar macOS widget collection to interface with the Arc AGI backend, C ticket GPA 12 Arc AGI OS backend module. Here's a spec. Write a design doc, then implement with MSW and Storybook. Yeah, what's your project? Jamify on Google? That sounds like a name that's hard to Google for. All right. Is that it? That looks nice. I don't have an Android, sadly. That looks great. How do you build it? This is where parallelism starts to become more interesting, huh? Man, this fucking thing didn't commit. Yikes. I hate this. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? Man. Oh man. What the fuck are all these JS files in Go OS and read the last ticket JPA 11 doc manager. This might tell you more. I think it's my neighbor Claude Code, that little fucker. This is a sign that I should stop, but I don't know. I think they're just like temporary artifacts that are left over, but like uh man. Yeah, since you know so many tools, I know there's like a tool that allows you to manage Claude Code and um Codex conversations to like, you know, like recap conversation and stuff, to do it across things. I mean, I'm sure there's like 80 of those tools, but um coding agent session search. All right, cool. I mean, should I? Man, this looks like Sloppo Max though. I'm not installing a repo that looks like this. Do you think I should? I'm just going to see if it finds like the answer by itself, and then if it doesn't, I might install it. I'm gonna close this codex. It always like confuses me. Um, so I created the API for the ArcAGI module, and so JPA 11 introduced a front end widget collection for the. Oh, we're in ArcAGI land. Does it matter all that much? Wire up the JPA 11 build apps browser in Phase OS so we can inspect our apps. These JS files look like accidental transpile output. Yeah, this is the kind of stuff that like Claude Code does, right? Yeah, remove them. Yeah, I kind of want to. I mean, I should install it because this is like a good opportunity to figure out what the fuck happened. Because you said the JSONs are in here. They're like literally JSON-L files. Oh, they are. Okay, cool. And they're in projects JPA optimizer, right? All right, so let's do that. Look in Claude to figure out what the fuck happened there. Feel free to import in SQLite in temp to search. Well, you know, yikes, we could probably one-shot it. I tried with Codex and I have Codex Sessions tools, but it doesn't work, and I like full vibed it, and I didn't pay attention, so I have no idea what it's even doing. I just said like, make me the most extravagant Codex Sessions browser thing, and it used to work for a bit, and then it kind of like broke. This guy here, yeah, I made like a pass on improving it, and then I think I just like fucked it up. So Twitch DD, I'm working on a operating system to run all kinds of things, but it's going to be like kind of an AI first browser. And currently we're integrating an application manager, right? Like seeing which applications are running. So this is kind of how it's working. Right now we're integrating the apps browser. And yeah, I'm sure there's like 18 millions of them. Yikes, right? Hopefully, if what I'm building works, none of that will be needed ever again anymore, kind of. All right, well, it imported it into SQLite, and it's able to like parse it on tool use, figure out things that happened. So, I'm gonna say store all your scripts in /temp as well in a scripts directory, including SQL scripts. So do I need to restart back end, front end running in Tmux? Because it's bugging out, right? Like if I double click on this. Oh no, look at that. But then I can't select any of them. Okay, wire up the double clicking on apps and context menus and all that, because currently I only see the list of apps. Right? I should be able to do more. Cloud log forensics. Tool use bash between XYZ. I mean, I guess it deleted the JavaScript, so it doesn't even really know what happened. This is curious. I'm gonna have a look at that. It's too bad I deleted the files already. Context compacted. Keep a frequent diary as you work in JPA 11, by the way. Commit as you go. Backfill for what you did as well. Even though we compacted, I think it's pretty good at remembering. Part of it is going to be AI, yeah, Twitch TD, but it's still going to be like a normal operating system, right? But everything will be connectable quickly using AI. But after that, AI is not used for the OS itself. It's used to build software in a way that the OS enables it to be really efficient at it. And hopefully that concept works. And hopefully I'll be able to build like device drivers and all kinds of like crazy stuff with it too. Okay, so this dude this time has RTK query API and Redux slice, MSW mock layer. So it didn't forget all that much. It doesn't tell me the percent of the context window anymore. Whatever. All right, so what did it do? Did the forensic work? I'll quickly verify. I checked the repo, confirmed the forensic scripts are already under scripts. For like, okay, figure out where these JS files came from using those logs, maybe. This is Codex being like autistic. I love it. I'll just like stop after you ask it something. Oh, look at that. It's like Vite storybook. Is that the thing that makes like JS things? Is that what happened? I've never seen that before, so because they're gone now, right? I'd never seen that before. Also, I'm having like 2 things work on the same thing at once in the same repo. 3 things. I'm not sure if that's like the best idea. By the way, we have a friend working on the Arc AGI front end, so ignore that stuff. Continue. Oh, because sometimes it just like gets in a tizzy. So this is where I would have work trees, I guess. I need a better workflow for this. And it's because I haven't split it out into subdirectories. I should start doing that now that I'm adding more. I should start splitting out the TypeScript. So we'll do that soon. Yeah, I need to learn tools, Jax. I'm going to build my own. I already have WSM fork. I tried it on screen last time and it fucked shit up because this was vibed in like May or something. So it was really like, and it was vibed in May, and then I piled on so many features. It was like YOLO, but then only like 3 of them work. So early like I've never looked at the code. I don't know how it works. That was like an early YOLO experiment, and it served me well. But like there's like a fork command, and it like seems to work, but like fucked shit up last time. So I'm leaving it, but I will refactor this. Not tonight because I could really like refactor it in a background codex. I don't know why I'm saying I should. I just could. I don't know if it's going to figure out why these JS files came in. It's too bad that I deleted them because they had a date. Oh, look at that. It found the subagent searches well before the git status. That's cool. So I'm a little bit worried that there's like 4 things happening at once on the same repo. So I'm not, I might stop at some point. So we have the full app going. Yeah, nice. Cool. All right. Behavior now wired. Double click, right click app icon, get info window, open in browser button now opens the pre-selected browser view. Health dashboard row clicks. All right, let's try that. It is kind of taking shape, isn't it? So I can open the app browser, then I can select these guys. Yeah, look at the fucking that. This is awesome. Right? Fetch from to view the full schema. Okay, so implement the fetch from to view the full schema as well. So, yikes, if you want a fun project, oh, I still have like this message pinned. Let me see. If you want a fun project, it's like implement Git primitives. It's like because Git is a really cool building block for stuff when you want versioning. When you use the porcelain at its bottom, because it's like basically Git is like a collection of like dated zip files, right? In a way, it's like it has like a very, very simple underlying database model, which is completely obfuscated by all the millions of verbs that I built on top of it. But it is a fairly straightforward thing here. I hope that this is not going to fuck shit up too much, my little research into the JS. So the JS files were already present by 104, listing first direct git status in that session was and already showed the huge untracked JS set. In that session, the only GoGoOS bash commands were pnpm install and blah, blah. So maybe it was Codex. Okay. Well, whatever. Look at Codex sessions then, dude. When I start calling the coding agent dude, I know it's kind of getting late and I should stop, but fuck it. I want to have ArcAGI in the browser. So I could start doing some research in terms of create a new ticket GPA. I don't know what they called all GPA. OS 14 VM.js programs and research in depth how the JS VM plugin used, for example, for HyperCard cards in the inventory app /GoGoOS core are run and how we can expose actions to and state to them. I want to wire up the Go Arc AGI 3 backend commands so that I can create HyperCard cards to play the game. Get or interact with it. Keep a detailed diary as you work. Do a really in-depth research for our new intern who doesn't know how any of this works. Look at recent tickets if necessary. Write a 10 plus pages document. And upload to Remarkable when done. Oh, what the fuck? Man, why are these... why are these apps so bad? So we'll see what happens. I don't know how good of an idea this is. So Oh, so okay. So Codex also has JSON-L. I didn't know that. Codex executed and it completed successfully after. I'm now validating. Why is it that the smoking gun? I don't know. All right. So we have our storybook. Hey, why is it waiting on the MCP? Oh no, so it's not. We're it looks good. All right, well, if you want to check, whatever. Okay, so this is researching, so we can do some work here. We have a new RTK query get schema document. So it implemented this part where we can now look at the schema, right? And then we can look at the request v1. No, so that still doesn't work. So I still have that. Let me just take a screenshot. I probably need to restart the backend. Restart the backend. Restart the front end process, at least refresh. I think I did, right? I don't think you need to, I mean, oh man, it totally, why do I never remember how to use tmux? Control B. There we go. P and PM dev. I still see that. It still looks like this on localhost 5173. All right, investigation. The stray.js files were generated by a TypeScript build type check. So I guess it had to update tsconfig at some time. Is that something TSC can do? Was it missing a config? I mean, this is cool. I guess you can just tell it to like look at the JSON-L and import it into SQLite to look at it. So why don't I see the schema? Like this annoys me a little bit. And I should be able to click on this. Oh, there we go. You need to route the forward this. Do we need to forward the API? Don't we blanket this? All right, what's the next? Is wiring up ArcAGI, right? Oh man, it's like I switched it and now it's taking the wrong screenshot. I told it like 15 times it's allowed to take screenshots, but so I guess we have to restart it this time because it changed the config. Right. Oh no, it restarted the server. Okay. Nice. And then also show the schemas at the bottom of the method info panel. What did I ask it here? Is like, okay, that's the VM.js programs. All right, it's cool. It restarted. Okay, well, it was showing a bug. So we're fixing the browser panel detail. The next thing we're going to do is wire up the ArcAGI player, but wiring up with codecs, not yet with the JavaScript VM. And the JavaScript VM hypercard stuff is, if that works, that's probably where I'm going to stop for tonight. Because the next step is going to be generating these cards with an assistant chat. And I think at that point, I want to do some cleanup before I go too far, because all the front end stuff is still in. Oh, actually, it's not, huh? We already have the front end code. Is the front end code for the apps? Where is my Golang? Did my Golang disappear? So if I go to GoGo app inventory, playwright, don't ask again. This doesn't have. Oh no, it has the whole thing. So did it do it for ArcAGI 3 as well? No, because Codex is too stupid. And I'm sure it put the TypeScript for the ArcAGI stuff into GoGo OS apps ArcAGI player. God damn it. We're gonna let Codex do that part. All right, so now we have fetch the schema to view the full schema as well. That is so weird. Maybe I need to reload it. Okay, it was just a reload. Holy shit, it's like so long. Add, make, fold them in per default, use YAML plus syntax highlighting like in the apps debugger, card stacks debugger to make it more readable. Why is this so much? It's like request schema, response schema, error schema. Okay. This is cool though. This is cool because what I'm going to do is like this info, right? These are going to be exposed to JavaScript. And then they have a documentation, and then you can just say like, hey, these are the method exposed by this app, you know, just write like a JavaScript UI that does that. So close browser commands. Okay, cool. Okay. Okay, document write up. And so this one is aha. Aha, so it was the cross repo part. Okay, cool. Well, this was great to look at the conversations. I wonder if it saved them into the scripts folder. Yeah, it did, right? So at least we have a couple of scripts here. I could codex resume this actually. And then write a detailed diary of your investigation into scripts as well, and then a detailed spec document on how to import Codex Claude sessions into SQLite, detailed, and search them, not just spec, but reference plus user guide 10 plus pages. So that way we can reuse it in the future. Maybe make it a skill or something. That way I don't even need to install like third-party things. Fault schema per default. Is that working? Yeah, look at that. It's ugly as fuck, but who cares? Yeah, look at that. YOLO. That's sweet. I love it. Cool. Next, can you register the documentation part? What's the possibilities for that? Because I remember there was like documentation that could be registered. That's really interesting to me. And hopefully I'm able to write a single JS plugin that runs in a sandbox that's able to interact with ArcAGI. And if I get that going today, how is Claude doing in this session optional? Bad. How can I even answer? I can't answer any keyboard. I don't know, dude. Thanks for helping Claude make Claude better. Cool. When background tasks still running, I don't trust you. So this was, all right, you built that. What are other things that I wanted to build here with Claude that I'm thinking of right now? Yeah. Yeah. Create a new ticket 15. Go GEPA. Where is it? Where are you? I had like a VS Code extension that would look at this. Yeah, it's 15. Pretty right click and go over the right click menus and other system widgets. No, go over the right click menus and make them prettier and Mac OS like. They're kind of ugly. Look at Go OS. Keep a detailed diary as you work. Commit at proper intervals. All right, so I'll quickly map what documentation registration exists in Reflection. Keep docs and Reflection docs as URL parameter. Yes, we already have a place for this. Already registers one doc entry in Reflection. How can I view them? What are your possibilities even about? I want each app to be able to register its own doc. So there's a documentation section. Where? Where is the documentation section in the front end? And why do all the right click things not work for? Yeah, render docs with a docs pane and window. What do you want to do? All right. This is creating tasks. Again, this is weird. I thought it was the sub agents, but it's again doing it, and I didn't ask it to do tasks. I think it's this ticket research doc manager thing. That's so weird. I think this skill is rotten. But anyway, why not? Let's see what the tasks are. Build evidence map. It checked them all off. Okay, so that was the yeah, it's definitely the ticket research thing. So now we have a design document that it uploaded to Remarkable. Yeah, it did upload it. So we can go back to our document viewer, which is sleeping right now. So it's hanging. All right. There we go. And so now it's been a minute since we did some reading. Let's see. AGIOS backend module. Where did it upload this? It uploaded it to the 27th. It seems to oscillate on the time. So here's the JS programs, and I'm going to shut up because I need to think, and I think this one's going to be a little bit more complex. And oh yeah, let me show you the document. That way you can read too. So there's definitely like the artifact thing was like an idea of mine that I think was like a bad one. And I know a bunch of stuff is broken, and this discrepancy in the symbol might explain it. I never like really dug into debugging it, but I know this might explain some of the things. So when I read these documents, which like, right, like this is kind of like the plan that the AI came up with for whoever joined since, I need to shut up to actually understand them. If I talk, I'll just make a mistake. But reviewing these documents is like primordial for the way I work. Especially this one. This one is tricky. Like I don't really know what the right design is. It has a lot of things going on because it's like an operating system with sandboxing, and so I need to be a little bit careful here. So yeah, sorry for being so quiet. Is like I'm reading the plan that the AI has created, like a documentation of the current system, which is quite tricky, and I'm not really sure. And I do need to not talk to get it right. And so sadly, I can't. What I'm trying to do now is like, right, we have in the operating system that I'm building. What is this doing now, by the way? Who's that? The info window is like loaded. So this is an occasion to show you what I'm building. So this is the application that I'm building. And I think, so it doesn't have info. I wonder if I have to reload. How do I see the info part? Docs were only in backend reflections. Right-click was wired in mounted app icon, but not in module browser module rows. Also, launch app is expected to no up, no front-end launcher with ID GEPA, so that's fine. I fixed all of that. Register docs in backend reflection, view docs and get info new thingy. Right-click in module browser now works and open in browser get info. I'm not sure. Restart the front end server so that these things work. I'm not fully sure you need that. And then, how do I start the backend? I think it's like go run. Runtime YAML must be like a single YAML document. Oh, interesting. There's a bunch of, I hacked so much, like the profile registry thing was a way to quickly load LLM profiles. And I made it like a profile registry stack because we're going to have like optimizing profiles as we go. Like I just did so much this week that I know is architecturally sound, but I never like really tested it end to end. So so that's kind of what happened here. And then of course, there's probably like scripts in here. I don't know exactly. What am I saying? I could have it look in the conversation history to do that. So the backend is broken for now. It will be fixed quickly. We have Claude building context menu items too. It's not like working on the same repo at the same time. Maybe not the best idea, especially when it's modifying right-click menus while I'm asking it to build right-click menus. That might not be the wisest thing I've ever done, but it's getting late. Like I'm starting to do dangerous stuff. So why is it installing Go 125.7? How did we run it in Tmux before? Yeah, so looking back at past conversations, that's going to be actually really useful. Yeah, X and I don't know if I should do it purely in SQLite. I should start building a tool around it. But like all the this session down here that has so much in the scripts and stuff, the diary of it plus the scripts and all of it, that will like one shot in a command line app, I think, which is going to be pretty cool. All right, so update storybook and verify visually. What did I ask it to do? The right click. Right click on, I think it was in shell, windowing, restart handle, desktop primitives. No, use window interaction. Nope. Contracts, window content adapters, card window handlers. I'm not sure. I'm not sure where that was. Well, it's going to test it, right? It's going to bug us with Playwright. And then, yes, there is a script, but it's a smoke test, not a persistent dev launcher. Start Tmux session plus backend pane. ZSH WIS profiles. And then, so, yeah, so that's definitely a bug. Profiles.runtime.yaml. Okay, why does Vazen OS fail with that error? And is that something we can fix at the source in Geppetto or Pinocchio? Create a new ticket for the bug and write a detailed bug report plus like implementation research document in that ticket and upload to Remarkable. There we go. So we'll learn something in the process. Then this is the document we're looking at. And then since this is now running, I hope we can see the info. So why is the front end not running? There we go. So here's the operating system. We can go on to apps browser. So yeah, see Claude immediately make it look good. But then I don't know where this like fucking info thing is. The font is too big. I don't know what this info thing is. Can I like right click on this? No. No, okay. So font, I'm gonna do this and it's like the font of the menu itself is too big. Match the normal size. And then where is that app info thing supposed to be? How do I get there? I am going to queue this afterwards because it's already doing its research. This is still doing SQLite documents. Interesting. Update storybook stories and verify visually. So yeah, the font size should now be smaller, right? All right, it's a little bit smaller, so that helps a little bit at least. This shouldn't be like a two-liney thing. But well, man, the fact that it does this when you're in full screen just bugs me so much. Everything bugs me. I think it's time to call it a day. But I still want to have this VM launching with JavaScript, so I'm going to go back to my document now and continue this. And I'll have to stop talking to be able to think. I'll probably have to look up and press enter from time to time, huh? So let's move this over here. Let's move this to 4. And then you can look at that, and then I'll see Claude Code asking for feedback. So here I'm just learning about how these JavaScript VMs that execute apps. Um, this is like a little bit of a weird concept, but so all of these little windows, well, currently not, but some of these, if I were to generate them, oh, I know why it bugs me so much is that I have this, and so I always keep hitting against it, right? Yeah, it's like right at the limit over here. Um, these guys run in isolated JavaScript sandboxes. So if I click on one, you'll see what I mean. So these little apps here, browse inventory, for example. So this is it? Yeah, so see, this is running in a JavaScript VM. And the JavaScript VM can only like send events and then get some state back. Um, and they don't refresh right now. If you look at like Keychain Brass, it has quantity 2, right? And then if I receive 5, this doesn't update. But if I go back, it has updated. So that's one thing I need to address. And I'm not sure how easy it is. It might be really hard to do the way it is now. But this is going to be important for our game because our game is like Interact, right? So we'll have to figure out a way to have state changes retrigger renders on these applications. And the way these things render applications, they actually return JSON to the parent, to like the browser itself. That way they're completely isolated and they are completely functional, right? They get some JSON in with the input event. When I like click on here, I get an event that's called like click handler, whatever. So this is a viewer thing that we might do as well, as part of uh, of this thing here is like, okay, create a new ticket that examines how to add the an event viewer to the to a running JS plugin to list all the events going in and the dispatched actions going out. Do an in-depth investigation, 5+ pages, and store in the document and upload to Remarkable. Keep a frequent diary. So we're going to investigate because I do have a super cool kind of event viewer little thing. So if I start the inventory and then I go to creating a chat, when I go to events here, I get this nice little view where I can click on events and I can copy the payload. And see, this is GPT-5. This is Codex. Instead of making a nice little icon, it made this like ugly shit thingy here. But if I have that to look at a certain plugin, that would be pretty awesome. So might as well start a research while I'm reading my document, right? Because it's going to be really useful and we're really getting somewhere. Vazen OS fails because the launcher uses Geppetto's middleware bootstrap, which currently auto falls back to XDG config home. So who told us that? Oh, this is the guy here. On your machine, that file is legacy map format and Geppetto's strict runtime decoder rejects it. Eh. Open apps browser, mounted apps on an app icon, right click and choose get info. But that didn't work, huh? So we looked at that and you go to mounted apps and all I see is close window and tile windows. All I see is close windows and tile windows. This thing is compacting and failing at compaction. I did have that before. If I do it by hand, it's going to fail too. No, it didn't fail. Okay. So is there anything in the console when I right click? No, there's not. Well, we'll see if it can figure it out. So this is committing. This is debugging the menu triggers. The menu, not the app target, use this exact path. Right click directly on an app icon in the grid. That's what I'm doing, you idiot. Gonna refresh just to be sure. No. I am clicking on the icon. Your front end is stale. Restart. npm run launcher binary build if you say so. And then build Vazen launcher profile default profile registries. So that's cool. And then I don't think this is correct. Yeah. I did restart. I think there might be an error with the routing. So what I might do is like restart codecs and add playwright. To have it investigate itself. Codecs, resume. Oh, which one of those was it? 1 minute ago. Use playwright and potentially some logging. I'm running it through pnpm dev. Figure it out. There's something iffy with the icons. All right, so context compacted. Continue. Sessions queries has been written with a detailed spec reference user guide, so I can close this guy. The playwright MCP approved this session. I probably will have to confirm I forgot to do the approval. What is it trying to do? No, this is a fresh repo. No. We have a multi-repo with work trees. Commit in the child directories. It's weird. That's also in the HNMD. Write a detailed diary as you debug and store in the last bug report ticket. Oh, why do you need so much time to write your diary? In any case, we're getting closer, my friends. I want to see the info of these dudes. Oh, it has like a little animation effect now, huh? When you click on the menu. Okay, cool. It can reproduce it, so that's cool. Then just finished it. I hope it committed it. Where are we? Go OS. Okay, so what's the bug? Icon opens, get opens mount. Right click resolves to the likely cause. Child handlers prevent default but don't stop propagation. Yes, add a task for the fix and continue and commit plus diary. Next. Editor, edit, open button in. This is kind of going to be a little bit more tricky, actually. I'll leave the editor for now because it cannot test it. So what are all these files? These are in GEPA. Okay. And then in Pinocchio, there's a couple. And then go GEPA. Yeah, that's not too bad. I wonder why there's tickets here. But no. Okay. So what's the status of our project, which has like a fair amount of sub repos now, like 8 or so? Stop propagation. Other locations where this should be fixed. Because I already fixed 3, so maybe it has found all of them. Documentation, there it is. Look at that. This is kind of like a shitty document. It should like load it, right? Reflection is not available for this module yet. Reflection not available. Documentation currently has the path to the document, but it should be loading and integrating it. Maybe that's something I'll fine tune tomorrow. So now I kind of want to implement the ArcAGI thing after I fix this one bug. Because now I should be able, yeah, nice. Oh, look at that. Oh, yeah. Right click, baby. Open health dashboard. Yeah. Yep. Yep. That's how it should be. Ooh, I love this. Oh, it's getting nice. So many things to play with. All right. So back to our JS VM because this is not going to build itself. And this is getting nice. So again, for whoever's coming now. When I write in on my tablet to kind of go through planning documents, I'm not able to talk because otherwise my brain doesn't work. So I'm a little bit silent. I'm doing notes. For those who are coming, what we're trying to do is build a JS sandbox, a UI. So this operating system thing has a backend, but in the front end we can run like JavaScript snippets that are run in a sandboxed VM, and then that way they're only restricted to a certain state and to a certain set of actions. And I want those to kind of play ArcAGI, right? But so we're first going to like wire up ArcAGI the standard way. I did a sweep. The main missing spots were this. All right, cool. Let's go to... Do we already have an ArcAGI integration ticket? Sorry for the jumping and scrolling. We have ArcAGI widget design. This doesn't have a diary. Like Claude Code, fuck this. Claude Code is like, it doesn't load the skills, doesn't it? It just doesn't write the diary. Oh man, it's not able to load the skills, and it doesn't write anything. It's what the fuck, man. Oh, this makes me so angry. Anyway, let's wire up the new ArcAGI. Oh, so let's do two things. Move with MV the ArcAGI app widgets from go OS to go app ArcAGI 3. Then wire up the widget, the app, so that we can play a game against the backend. We might have to download the games in the Python app, potentially. So create a new ticket with Doc Manager, keep a detailed diary as you work, investigate the code base to find all the relevant locations and APIs and how it all works. Save investigation as document in the ticket and upload to Remarkable. Then add tasks to the ticket and then work task by task, commit as you go, keep a diary. I'm writing this over and over and over because I just don't trust the skills to kick in. And then after the work is done, I'm just like left without a diary, the same way a fucking Claude Code. Fuck this Claude Code. The same way, like Claude Code doesn't find the skill. Like, I don't know why it's so bad. I don't know why it's like consistently ignoring the instructions, because I tell it explicitly, like, keep a diary, which should trigger the skill. I don't know what's going on. Also, the compact endpoint seems to have issues tonight. Is that something that's on the page? APIs, uptime. Okay. Agent turn complete. That was this. Continue. This is my tmux. I don't need it. This is uploading the bundle. So I think we can go back to reading about the VMs. Claude Code, goodbye. I had a terrible time with you. This looks good too. So I'm going to go back into silent mode a little bit, read about this VM setup. I do have, in this case, quite a bit of questions that I want to have answered, because an important issue with this VM thing is that they don't refresh when they state changes. I'm worried that I can only make them re-render through Redux when any kind of state changes because the projections are not good. So I might have to do a little bit more. Um, I'm trying to understand as much as I can about the code base, but in this case, I might need to really dig in a little bit more. So we'll see. By digging in a little bit more, I mean like reading some source code actually, which I barely do, even though this is like quite like architecture astronaut kind of shit, to be honest. I've gotten so ambitious with my architecture stuff. It's like, it's kind of crazy. Um, so I'm not putting them in the agent right now. Sometimes I do, but usually I go sit at the coffee shop or I go sit at the table or something, and then I just read my documents and I try not to look at the screen too much. Oh, and you don't even see what I'm doing, right? I'm I'm reading this document on my tablet right now. Um, and sorry, what did I do here? I wanted to have it like this. Yeah, there we go. Because I don't want to be distracted by this stuff, and also like I kind of want to chill. Uh, so I do take my time. I find that I'm able to burn my brain anyway, so I don't need to like, run 30,000 agents all the time. Um, I just like chilling. And this VM system is something I designed, or I had, guided the model designing quite a bit ago, and especially actually in Manus, which is YOLO uh, personified. And then I decided to just like keep it instead of doing it afresh. So it has weird shit in it. It has weird shit. And then other LLMs built like weirder shit on top of it. So there's a bunch of stuff like domain intent, authorize, like the whole auth system. They love adding that. And I was kind of like, yeah, why not? But in hindsight, all the auth stuff was like, I mean, who's gonna interact with this? Um, what the fuck is that? And then it interacts with like Redux in weird ways as well. And Codex is pretty cryptic in all of this. I don't really understand all of that, which is good because it makes me think about things, I think. At first, I was like, this is really frustrating. I don't understand anything. Now I'm like, hey, I'm thinking about questions that I can ask, and then it kind of it's a little bit frustrating, but it's friction for understanding. And I think the main value of all of this is like understanding the code that gets built without reading it, if that makes sense. Um, and then wire up Arc AGI and Vazen OS in case you haven't already. Just gonna queue that up since I thought of it. Um, and I think here I made a mistake as well. Was like I had ChatGPT Pro design this plugin system out, and ChatGPT Pro actually likes over designing or like adding things too much that are kind of correct but are actually too hard to get right by the coding agents. um, that I learned. Like I had never relied so much on just doing like random ideas, putting them into ChatGPT Pro and being like, this is great. And so I did that for the VM plugin system, and I just didn't look at the result at all. I was just like, let's trust ChatGPT Pro. And in this case, it added a lot of stuff that is cool and works in the tests, right? But then the coding agents weren't able to wire it up correctly. And so that was kind of not a good thing and like a lesson learned. Um, Now I'm going back and I'm kind of, because I'm doing so many annotations, some of them are like not important. Um, some of them are, right? Uh, bug. And I'm going to make circles as well, which are questions that I need to ask. Um, actually, I do have a lot of questions to ask. See, but these were usually answered on the next page. So in this case, this is a document I could easily spend an hour on if I, it wasn't on stream, um, because it is so consequential to what I want to build. So for people who join, I spend a lot of time of my AI programming just scribbling on paper. I've got my tablet here. You can see it on screen, and then most of my day is spent what I'm doing right now, which is like looking at planning documents or like other documents. And even though I'm not reading the code directly, right, I do gain a lot of knowledge, or because I architect a lot here, I kind of don't know how this is in detail. But even when I architect things, I'll forget them in 2 days. So I spend a lot of time just going over these documents over and over again as I build things to make sure that I understand how this thing works and to avoid giving subtle misprompts to the model, right? And this, because I'm building this operating system right now, um, things are kind of tricky. So we have the ArcAGI thing, right? Like this is the one I was talking about here. This is what it's building right now. Um, so it's wiring up a UI to, where is it? It's wiring up a UI to play ArcAGI games, which I will then later on kind of want to have as an application that exposes its endpoints. And oddly enough, it should have the ArcAGI endpoints shown here. So I'm not sure. That's something else to add here. So another thing here is like, is the Arc AGI system wired up as an app? I don't see it in the mounted apps. Or is that going to be available soon? Because these are the apps that are registered currently. So there's the inventory app, and then there's a genetic Pareto app that currently doesn't have anything going for itself. But they all have HTTP endpoints with a schema that I can inspect, right? And then the idea is I can map these to JavaScript events or methods that can then be interpreted in a JavaScript sandbox, and then I can just generate very short snippets of code that control my applications, right? Like you can think of it as AppleScript or JavaScript, except they're able to render UIs. So if you open, say, the inventory app, screens like these are generated by these little snippets, right? And they're kind of garbage right now. This was like the first experiment that I did. Like they can only create text inputs and buttons, but you can create a lot of like really good applications already, right? Like I can do an inventory browser, and even though I don't have a select list or like clickable links, even I can still build something to browse the application and like update, the amount of things. So this is really just like the most minimal proof of concept of how to do it. Um, but this is a real application, right? It's entirely written in these like at most, oops, what was that? At most like mm, like 200, 300 lines of code. The entire inventory app is 2000 lines of code, I think, for all of these. Um, so yeah, it's about 5,000 tokens, the whole application, which means, and it's generated by GPT 4.1 mini. So it uses like a really small model to generate the app because the JavaScript is so simple, right? And um, the idea is if you are able to expose all of these objects and they have a very simple JavaScript API, then you can kind of create any app very quickly. So here you can see one of the JavaScript VMs running. Um, and the code for the applications looks like, where is it? Like .vm.js. So plugin bundle for the inventory app it's this. And this is kind of, I think this is the most complex card in it. Um, so actually, this can't have been generated by 4.1 Mini. This is probably GPT-5 Mini or something like that. Um, so the shop inventory, right? And then the only thing it can render is like a panel and a text and a button. That's why they look so rough, is that there's like literally nothing they can do. And then the only thing it can do is like dispatch system command. And it can have like handlers, right? Like, so the Go handler is when you click on handler Go, the argument is the card ID. This gets it from the arguments and then just gets like card ID as record. So there's a bunch of stuff. This is really like completely YOLO'd from Manus, and then I generated it with GPT-5 Mini. So this will be significantly improved just in terms of its looks and stuff. But like doing all the wiring so that dispatch system command really gets sent to the right event, and that like the handler open gets sent back through the VM, and that global state or these other states properly get routed through, that's like a that's for example a bug that I want to fix, right? It's like uh um an important bug, because currently you add like receive 10 and it just like doesn't do anything, and then when you go back it has like increased it or not. uh I don't know what's going on here. Oh shit. uh Reason, do you want me to remove the accidentally committed? Yes. Proceed. Um, so I'm going to go back to reading a little bit. So that's the background of this, right? Like all of this stuff here is about dispatching state and events to this like JavaScript sandbox that runs in a background worker. And like what was the name? Eludes me right now. Web worker. It's like a WASM compilation of QuickJS in there. All right, I think I'm through this document. I don't know what's coming in after that. But it's like the alternatives considered, and yeah, this is not a well-written document. Um, this looks like I just asked it for too many pages without telling it to write paragraphs and stuff. So, and then it has a diary. Okay. So, um, diary would be interesting to read, but I'm gonna skip that. So I have a ton of questions about this thing because it's like complex. So now that I've read this document reasonably in reasonable detail, if I was by myself, I would probably like read more. Um, so I wonder if this is okay. So this is where I did the research. So, uh, what was this? Arc launcher, wire up Arc launcher, blah blah blah. So now I should have Arc AGI here, and then can I start a game? Like, what is this? Uh, can I not start a game? Restart both backend and front end. I see the icon, but then I just see a Arc AGI window that says idle. How can I start a game? Do I know to restart the backend? Oh, look at that. Um, aren't we running Arc AGI and Dagger? Oh, Dagger is not available. No, Dagger is available. How do I go out of this? Dagger? Okay, goodbye. So which is Dagger? Okay. So we're gonna go to Codex. I'm gonna ask the questions that I have in my remarkable document. So if I go here, one of the questions I have is, let me just make this taller. Then what does it do here? You're correct. Arc is intended to run in Dagger by default, means you're running a launcher binary built before the Arc default normalization fix. I'll quickly confirm the fix is present in source. Attached to tmux. What was the tmux? Vazen dev. And launch the backend in a shell so it doesn't kill the pane when exiting. And it's going to kill this. All right. And so here, now we can go and ask questions. So when one question is, maybe we'll start with the store state of the ArcAGI reducer, right? So can we have, should ArcAGI as its own application separate from inventory have its own store? We want to make hypercar cards and artifacts and all that, a generic component that is not just for inventory, how would we need to reorganize our multi repos? And what's the next one? The next questions we had. So because it's this, when does render refresh? That's like the next thing. When state changes, when do we call the card render method? Because currently when state changes, say stock status, nothing gets re-rendered. That's the next question. Then another one is, when loading a stack bundle, what's the session ID? What is the lifetime of a session? And what is a session even for? Because I don't remember what a session is. So that was this page of questions, right? Like this was the question about the session ID over here. So the button handlers emit runtime event. Explain emit runtime event and how it relates to Redux. What is dispatch runtime intent in relation to that? Who receives and who dispatches the intent? Are intents also Redux actions? I don't know what I'm asking here. That's how confused I am about this. Session intents. So this is the other one, 4.1 in JPA 14. What is session intents? Questions about JPA 14 and the investigation. All right, so those are more questions. Ingest runtime is intent. What is ingest runtime intent? Who owns it? How does it relate to Redux? Should have it make a diagram, I think, at some point. So the next one is 4.3. What are pending queues in runtime slices for? Should we get rid of them, or can we put them to use? So that's one more. I think that's about all the questions that I had. The rest, because they're squares, they're more like actions. And then, yeah, this is like a separate one. So I'm going to have this answer in detail and upload to Remarkable. Use prose paragraphs, bullet points, diagrams, pseudocode, code snippets, API references, etc. It should be an engaging and detailed, verbose document for the intern asking all these questions. They don't really have a clue about what is going on. That's me. All right, so this is restarting the backend, hopefully. Where's the backend? Is this the backend? Oh yeah, it opened a new tab. Uh, so weird. I should give it full access. All right, so we're getting closer, but ArcAGI running the Python, I knew was going to be a little bit tricky, and that's why I directly told it to run it into Docker. So what was the issue here? Tmux window back shell and launched. I'm currently running via go run. Why did it not work without go run? Why does it not find Dagger? And then if that worked correctly, I should be able to play ArcAGI, right? I crashed. Good. Good stuff. So that's for later. It's kind of a tricky thing to connect, right? Because like the Go backend server registers itself as a generic app to the OS. It itself is running an HTTP server that proxies requests to the Python HTTP server. And why is it failing on so many things here? Why so many schema issues? I wonder if this is something we can clean up at the Go boundary. Is that something we can clean up at the HTTP boundary? Yeah, because I'm tired of code like this, of fucking JavaScript. Yeah, I'm going to move the hardening to the back end so every client gets normalized loads. Yeah, we're getting somewhere, baby. So the level's not working, but starting to look promising. Cool. In the meantime, so this thing is answering my questions, right? So it added the document and now it's writing it, which hopefully is going to answer most of my questions here so that I can then do the right decisions to wire this up. And hopefully after these two codecs runs, we'll have at least, so this is not a JavaScript VM, right? Like this is a pure React widget, just to A, make it pretty, and then B, just see that the ArcAGI system itself is working. But this should be mounted as an app in the app browser. Its ArcAGI is here, and you can see all the routes that it exposes, right? Like you can get the health, you can get the games, you can get the sessions, and you can see which schemas it needs on the right, and then you can kind of look at it as you go. And then, so here, response schema. I don't know what this is. Session ID, close response. Oh, this is a close verb. This is the game. This is kind of not great. Type object. These are weird. These are not great schemas. So get games, get game ID, type object ID, post sessions. Oh, did this refresh? Yeah, this didn't used to look like this, right? They just changed literally this minute. Reset response. Oh no, it's back to this. Hey. Oh, it's a response, and then the request schema is something else. My cat is going to be bugging me, so I might have to take a little break. I'm losing the plot a little bit, I'm afraid. Well, I'm not losing the plot, but it feels like the ArcAGI stuff is running away from me a little bit. It's a lot, right? It's running, it's doing all this Docker stuff. But I feel I'm so close, and I said I would fucking get it done. I've been streaming 6.5 hours. Oh, man. Without a break. What are you doing? Oh, yeah, you're a good boy. I've got like a friend down here. I kind of want to get it to work and then take a break. I mean, that's the standard issue with agent coding, right? You never want to stop. So we're going to relaunch the server. Normalization should work. So if I open this, then I don't get an error. Okay. So how can I actually start a real game? Currently, I get this. Do we need to tell the Python to download games? All right. And then this is still answering my questions, but it did upload them to the cloud. So I do have tasks in here, right? So I think it uploaded it in here. Where did it upload them to? It uploaded them to the 27th intern Q&A on GEPA 14. Are you sure? It looks like it got uploaded to the 28th. There we go. I lost my pen somewhere. There it is. All right, I'm going to have to go silent a little bit while I read this document. So here's the Q&A answers. So that's the first thing we're going to do is I want to move the HyperCard stuff over. Okay, create a ticket for moving the HyperCard cards. Add a very detailed implementation plan to that ticket. Keep a frequent diary. Add a detailed granular list of tasks to the ticket. we don't need backwards compatibility. You can do a hard cut over. Then work on tasks one by one, committing appropriately, keeping a diary. Check off as you go. I keep repeating that just because I'm paranoid that it will forget and that I will end up with like a weird. Oh, so yikes! My YouTube is at program dash with dash AI. Man, I suck at social media, huh? So this is the channel. 2 watching. No, there's 3 now. I'm watching myself. Amazing. Amazing. All right. Oh yeah, you're gonna. Yeah, I mean, it's amazing that you stayed on the stream for so long because I'm sure it's not like the most fascinating thing, and probably like impossible to follow. If you want the real remote catalog later, okay. So short answer: for the right game, offline mode uses local bundled. What was blocking? First reset returned an initial idle frame, but we weren't doing the second grid. What to do now? Restart this, reopen. It should now enter running with non-empty available actions. And is that true? I don't think it's going to be true. I should also remove this runner agent. Yeah, it's not true, huh? It does have a timer that goes now. That's funny. What did it do? So it does post a new session to arc a response, and then it does it twice. Yeah, every action gets executed twice. When I open the window, every request happens twice, and also in the Redux store, right? How many of instances of this do I have? Is this doing anything? All right. So arc execute mutation pending. So it calls set session twice, it looks like, huh? Middleware registered, pending, pending. So it executes pending, pending, fulfilled. Okay. Execute mutation pending. How do I see what this is for? I think the Redux actions also happen twice. What could it, oh, does it happen like a third time when I open it again? No, it just happens. Oh, maybe it happens 3 times. Did it happen 3 times? Now it should happen 4 times? No, it only does twice. What could it be? But I'm not going to write any code up there because everything's moving right now. Let me go look at something. I should have an API key, but I don't know where I created this thing. So I think it was in CodeVasion, maybe. ArcAGI, LSEnv. Yeah, I think. Let me just switch while I look at my API key. Okay. All right, I'm back. Not that it's costing me anything, but look at API key in env, but I do want an offline. I do want to run the games locally. Most likely cause is React strict mode in dev. You currently mount the launcher in main and arc player window does network side effects and use effect. In React strict modes intentionally does mount, unmount, remount. So, all right, so let me save that for now. I think this leads to confusion with the sessions. I'm just going to lead that. Oh man, I think this leads to confusion with the sessions and why nothing might appear. But I'm not sure. Also, maybe test playing a game with the Arc AGI proxy to make sure there is no issue there. I want to run Arc AGI locally, and then I'm just going to put this here. If I continue running in bugs like these, oh man, I might stop, but I really want to get this running. I wonder if this is destroying my code base. It is diligent. I wonder if it's just cleaning up a lot of nice stuff too. I also wonder if like having both of them hack on the same code base is the best idea right now. Also, it created JS files again. Okay, so they're running in tmux. You can control C restart them there if you want. Check out how we run the backend potentially. There we go. Implemented end to end. We cleaned that stuff up. Probably will want to. So how can I make sure things work nicely still now that we moved things? Because we did do quite a bit of change here, right? We brought all the all the cards back to here, but I wonder which files it is. So it's engine source hypercard, run type check, test a failure intentionally. What about in the UI? Oh, so do a runtime, generate a hypercard, confirm timeline shows open edit buttons, click open, Windows should open runtime card, not report viewer, item viewer. So if I open the AI chat, and I really need to find a way to make those persistent. So create a hello world card. All right, so if we open the hello world card, it says hello world, that's cool. And then if I edit it, okay, so if I edit it, I might as well do this. When I click edit, I get this. And then if I click edit in the stacks and cards, because this is running in a VM, right? And you can see the source code here. It's like UI render return panel with a hello world. When I click, the same happens when I click edit in the cards and stacks. Right? So what I want to build tonight is that I can go to the chat. Well, no, this is probably not what I want to build tonight. I'd probably do that tomorrow. But I want to type here, create a card to play ArcAGI, and then it just like builds a card that plays ArcAGI, and it goes against the real ArcAGI. So that's kind of like the end goal is, right? And then it runs the controller for ArcAGI in a little VM, and it can fuck around there and do whatever it wants without messing up the whole ecosystem. Currently, this is not wired through the JavaScript VM. So how do I download the local games though? I still don't see the UI mixing things up. I don't want to disable strict mode. How can we make this work in strict mode? That's interesting because it creates a new session when I mount the window, but then because it runs twice, when I mount the windows, it thinks it mounts it twice, and I think there's confusion there. No. Oh, okay. It's because I asked it 2 questions. I'm an idiot. We might need to change the conventions. Yeah, it's sycophantic. I shouldn't have asked that. It's sycophantic. It's going to say yes, even though it's, yes, it is a good idea. Hard cutover is a good time. Structured data, owner, app ID, card ID. What if we have multiple instances of the same card code, for example? Wouldn't we need an ID per window even? Per card. The code is one. Oh no, so the code editor, forget it. Okay. So add tasks to ticket and then do them. Okay, add a detailed implementation plan as well. Create a new ticket for this. Keep a frequent diary as you work. I'm gonna wait for this guy over there. Okay, so run it in normal mode with the API key. Where is it? Look at API key and strict mode duplicate request. I fixed Arc window bootstrap to be strict mode safe. So it still is not starting the game, or do I need to reload? Oh, okay, so it's only posting one. So, and then I get reset, and then response, and then it says, okay, available action frame 0000000. So that might actually be right. And then I can't play the game. I do action. So this actually works. And then the response is again 00000. Because currently I only get action 3 and action 4, and nothing seems to happen in the frame. It's all zeros, right? And then I'm just gonna copy value, copy response. All right, but we're getting close. We're getting close. I'm going to start both here. Do the ideal solution. So down here, we're just extracting the hypercards. We did that. We're going to fix the editor just because it's fun. And then we're going to, well, we haven't even read half the questions here. Your re-render bug is real. Card render currently depends on selected runtime session state, not all domain slice changes. If stuck updates do not touch those dependencies, what? Or it should touch only the domain slice changes, right? So why? What changes don't re-render? A session ID is the host site identity of one plugin runtime instance plus one card nav stack. Oh, because it's one VM per stack. Right. It's right. So you can have multiple cards, but they all run in the same VM. Emit runtime event is the host bridge from UI interactions to VM handler interaction. Dispatch runtime event is the host router from VM intents into Redux actions. So that's cool. Ingest runtime intent is the reducer entry point that records, applies, queues runtime intents in plugin runtime card runtime state. Okay. So emit runtime goes to ingest runtime, which goes to the render method, and then the result is passed into dispatch runtime event, I think. Well, see, there's a diagram probably, huh? So we did the multi-repo reorg. The thing is low on memory or not. Why stuck updates can be invisible. Okay, this is more detail about the biggest bug in here. Tree is computed and use memo. Dependencies are card state, session state, current card ID, runtime status, and projection callback. What's that? This complexity is because I want to avoid um, any code to escape, right? So that really is a difference between just like yeeting eval or calling bash to turning this into something that can be productized and shipped. And that's really my main focus here is like, not only is it cool to build stuff by telling the LLM, hey, you can write code, but it's actually code that can ship. That's like, that is like safe, that is like working for real, not fucking stuff up. The AI cannot like destroy the app as such. So, um, yeah, but it should, right? Okay, so this is a really important fix that I should do next. Gonna draw a lot of little squares. Okay, moving on though. Unable to view page low on memory. I can restart the system. SSH, SSH, system control. Do I have that? Why was I fucking with IPv6? System D, no, system control. I never remember system D stuff. It's crazy. Restart list. How do I list the units? Status. This guy here. System control restart. Is it like this? Ooh, what the fuck? System control restart. So key control dot service. Unit. What is it called? So chittle. Alright, did that help? I reboot it. Wait, restarted, I mean. But it also killed like my my friend here. I mean, a reboot would have been just as fast. So All right, this was the interesting thing. So UI click in rendered card, plug in card renderer on click on change, emit runtime event. The runtime service sends the event to the card. VM handler executes, calling dispatch helpers, returns a runtime intent, dispatch runtime intent, then it dispatches ingest runtime intent, maybe dispatch downstream domain system action immediately. Okay. That system I will have to I think it's very elegant. I will have to maybe take a so what happens here is like you pass an intent in, like an event in, which is just a JSON structure, right? So the the QuickJS then takes this input structure, runs it, and returns a UI, which is just JSON, and it can also return a list of what's called an intent, and this intent gets transformed after being filtered through capabilities into a host Redux action. So the only thing a VM can do is dispatch intents that the capability system approves. So it really is like the only things it can do is like the three actions you give it. Like if you want the VM to only execute next game state, then that's the only thing you can allow it to do. And you can also put arbitrary JavaScript to do like, oh, you can only query the database if you called Bob in the first select or something like that, right? So you can really do some pretty interesting things here. What are session intents, right? Like that's where we go. It's like session intents are intents with a certain scope, right? A certain action, and then some payload, and then the action type is actually, is this still the way it works? Um, Maybe not. But this is definitely something that I want to lay flat and completely lock down and make sure that it's like elegant and simple. Because currently this is still relying on like ChatGPT Pro. It's funny. I think there's like more than that. Oh, this is only the session intents. Okay. What are they pending queues? There are envelopes of authorized intents waiting for some consumer to dequeue. To be queue-based effect execution in the current host path dispatch runtime event immediately routes domain system actions after ingest. This means two surfaces coexist. Not yet. Should we remove them? They're valuable for deterministic event viewer replay, async effect workers, but you must choose one canonical execution model. See, I don't know if I should do this tonight or not to do some more astronaut architecture. I'm going to create a ticket, but not do it yet for this, right? So create a separate ticket, but we are not going to do this today for tackling adopting the queue first execution for viewer alignment as you suggested. For now, we'll keep both and ignore the queues. Store a detailed implementation plan in this new ticket that explains everything for the intern that will work on it. Add detailed granular task list as well. All right, so what else did it do? HyperCard Tools app with the detailed plan, changelog, and diary. Created and executed the ticket, implemented the ideal architecture for runtime card editor routing. Added status run interactive smoke. I'm the interactive smoke here. So the editor should work again. It's not persisted. Make a hello world card. I should do this with Cerebras so it like looks crazy. So we have the hello world card, and then if I press edit, yes. Oh, so nice. And then if I do hello world, yo, save and inject, and then I open it, yo, that's so cool. If I change it here, oh, it has changed again. That's funny. Oh, that's funny. Because when I click open, it still has the crazy thing, but the code reverts to the old one. But then when I click edit, it goes back. That's so weird. So here has the right code, right? And then it doesn't do it again. There's some weird state fuck shit here. I'll debug that another time. All right, so that works. Then I can go to stacking cards. I should see this. I should press edit, and then I can do this. I can do save and inject, and then this updates. Nice. I love it. Okay, cool. So that works. That was a good fix. We are creating a plan for this. So this is going to be stored as GEPA21. I'll have to do a whole set of like closing tickets, but that's for later. Local cache. So this is the Arc AGI. I restarted your Tmux backend in normal mode with your env API key and fixed a proxy bug that was zeroing frames. What was wrong? Arc API returns frame as 3D and state not finished. Go boundary normalization treated it like 2D, coercing rows to 0, which produced a flat 0 thing. Fixes applied, not finished to running, collapse, collapse. Strict mode fix also in Arc player window. Rerun this, and then, so now I should be able to play Arc AGI, right? So if I double click on this, I have my button level 001. And then what's going on here? Level 0 out of 1. Now it's back. Oh, it's like I have to click button 1 all the time. Is that what it is? Okay. Level 4 out of 1. 1. Okay. It always shows level X out of 1. That's one bug. What was the other bug? Okay, and then can I select other games? All right, so we have created our new ticket. We're going to fix the state projection. So recommended fix option, option A. Now create tickets in. I don't know if I want to create that many tickets, but also it doesn't cost anything, right? Create a new ticket similarly to tackle the why state changes do not re-render cards now with the suggested fix. Add tasks and implementation plan, but don't start yet. Yo. It's kind of crazy because this is like really running in Docker through Python and then rendering all of this stuff back. And it's not yet in a JavaScript VM, but it will soon be. All right, very cool. We are getting somewhere. We have arrived in YouTube. How's it going, Yikes? Hey, you see that? It's I can play it. I can't yet play it from the JavaScript VM, but we'll get there. So it's 64 by 64. That is quite interesting, huh? And then it doesn't tell me when I lost. So I can play LS20 and I can play FT09. What's going on here? Oh, it doesn't register the A6 action? A6 action in FT09 doesn't seem to register in the actions count or in the actions bar. Yeah, I think there's a bug here though. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm just stupid. I don't see anything changing. But man, this is pretty cool. Yeah, A6 seems to be broken. So we have the runtime card re-render. That's another one. Session ID is not something we need to address. Pending queues is not something we need to address. Arc backend wiring. That's where we start to get into interesting things. So I'm going to research a little bit. So timeline and queue counters in the basic panel. Arc bridge, add arc domain command action contracts. Implement listener middleware that calls arc routes with via existing API layer. Write projection selector into global state domains arc. Okay. Create a ticket for phase 2 arc bridge. Do we still have arc bundles that are not in the arc repo? if we have arg bundles at all. So I'm going to keep this for now. What about inventory bundles? I mean, I could just go look, but should I do the queue stuff now? We're getting close. We're getting close, my friends. What does that mean to send coordinates? Wait, why does? Oh, I can click on it. No, what? What about the button that says A6? Is A6 clicking the mouse? Okay, so we don't have any arc bundles. That's I was wondering. All right, so we're gonna create a ticket for phase 2 arc bridge, detailed implementation plan, tasks, granular, detailed. Yes, effectively, A6 is arc's point and click style action. In arc tests, it's called glick. What's the A6 button? It sends default center coordinates, but shouldn't it be A5? Like I have AI 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then it should have 7. There's something's off here. Why am I logged out of Kagi? Why does this? This only does. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so we don't need an A6 button here, right? Why put a button? Don't we have 7 actions, by the way? Oh man, we're so close to do what I wanted to do tonight. We're so fucking close. Add sidebar buttons. This is the A6. How do you know if an action takes coordinates? What if 2 of them do? What would you do? There's like right click, left click, right? I mean, not that it's going to matter for the... Because this just sends A600032. Yeah, we don't need a button for that. Are these actions different per game? In game action type model fields. Huh. Okay, so this compacted, and then we're going to create a ticket for phase 2 ArcBridge. All right, short answer no. It's defined on the enum action, so it's global, not per game. 1, 2, 5, 7, and then 6 is the right button. Only uses action 3, 4, BT33. Okay, so action 6 is only mouse click. When enabled, show that in the sidebar as info. Don't show A6 button, but A7 when enabled, right? All right, cool. So we can do. Where's the one that I played with? BT11 FS20. Oh, that's the one I played. It's just like weird colors that I wasn't used to. Okay. Mm-mm-mm-mm. I am so close. I am so close. Where does this funny name come from? Is it BT0FD69 LS20CB BT0FD69 2A 212B? Such funny. It's weird that they have such IDs behind them, but whatever. Oh, there's an apps Postgres. What the fuck? All right, so ArcBridge phase 2. All right. So HyperCard tools. So HyperCard phase 2 ArcBridge. Add arc domain command actions. We are in. Also, why are these edibles not hitting? All right, so this is where our tickets are. Where? Oh no. There. I got like a little heart attack there for a minute. We are in 28th and ArcBridge phase 2 tasks. Kickoff, confirm, kickoff owner and implementation window, confirm the ticket is implementation enabled. What does that even mean? freeze arc command list, freeze request API surface metadata, arc runtime slash arc API bridge executor store runtime VM card. All right, so execute it, commit between phases, update your diary. Also add a demo card for Arc AGI that is started when you click the icon. Go. So this might be the closure for the night. I'm not fully sure. Tomorrow I'll wire this up to an AI chat so I can generate Arc AGI scripts just by chatting with it. And then Arc AGI is going to be put aside for a minute because it will have served its purpose for now, which was to kind of work as an interesting application. So, man, this was a lot of work. I've been at it for 7 hours, but I got to a point where I'm reasonably happy with the result. We did a lot. So we did clean up our repo. So we have a GoGo OS, which is a framework with packages, and then it has, I think, a bunch of. Oh no, it doesn't even have any Go anymore. Oh no, it does have some Go in here for backend module registry, but all the rest has been moved out into a inventory app, which doesn't have any Python. No, it does have Go, right? It does have a backend for the Go stuff. That's crazy. We have right-click menus that work. We fixed the editor bug. We fixing the. Did we fix the? Did we fix the runtime retrigger? I don't think we did. All right, so we're doing the ARP bridge, but we're not re-rendering the state. So that might be something to add after that. We have a Vazen OS that now bundles all these apps together, which is cool, right? It bundles Arc AGI, JPA, the launcher UI, and then the inventory is somewhere in here. That's a little bit weird. Where's the inventory? Inventory backend module, so that we might need to move over to the package. So why don't we do that? I'm not going to do it while the agents are working. Actually, I could. How'd you do that? Oh man, I'm already new directory inventory. And then I just move this over. Inventory. And it didn't update the package name. Cyclic imports. Oh shit. Why does it have a cyclic import? Okay. No. Oh man, I shouldn't have done this shit. Why did I do it? I shouldn't write code by hand anymore. Did I break something now? I must have broken something. Oh, I'm a fucking idiot. I knew it. What did I do? You fucking idiot. All right. Well, I'm not touching code anymore. I don't know how to do it anymore. This cyclical import is weird though. Oh, you don't need that. Why is it doing a cyclical import? Backend component, go inventory, go host. Another time. Add ArcAGI demo hypercard stack, launch it from icon click, and integrate store reducers. That I am interested in. So we're going to have to figure out which section is active in the UI so we can follow what it is doing, because I want this to be when we open our JavaScript UI and I click on a button, I want to see this guy update. So that's going to be interesting. I don't know if that's easily doable, if it's all that useful as well. Not sure. And I might if there's only one button and it starts a game, maybe that's gonna be enough for tonight. Fucking 1 a.m. Which directory is it putting this in? Is it putting it into GoGoOS? Kind of what I'm worried about. Features ArcBridge. Yeah. Can we move everything Arc related to ArcAGI to GoGo app ArcAGI 3 repo? Or is it too hard to disentangle? I have to be careful about sycophancy. Like even GPT-5 can do it. It's good at like at least catching itself when you do this thing. Okay, yeah. Update. So it's still right, like it's still like straight went to it. But update implementation plan and tasks to keep things clean as well. That's what I meant by sycophancy, is like I told it like, is this a good idea? And then immediately jumped in like, yeah, I'm doing it. Which is not its usual behavior if you don't prompt it like this. So this is a sign that I'm tired, that I ask things like this. It means I'm just like starting to be sloppy. I really pushed a little bit too much today. This was like a lot of astronaut shit. All right, I should look at this while it refreshes. Anything else that's funny to look at while we're waiting? I don't think so. Definitely getting tired, but I'm still not feeling the fucking edibles. All right. Well, I'm hungry as fuck. I haven't eaten in 7 hours, 8. Should make. I ate some fries, I guess. Come on, we're so close. So close. Oh, we did this like apps browser, right? This is cool. ArcAGI. can like look at all the responses and the requests. So it shows sessions open request, and then it doesn't show get, and then you have a response schema, but that one is not really interesting, right? Like the schema of the API here is a little bit weird. As the post schema is here. But then here it doesn't say anything about the response. Not great. Because inventory doesn't have anything, but GEPA has. Yeah, this is more detailed, huh? Not really. Properties run is an object. Cool, but like what fields does it have? That would be cool to have too. All right, but that's going to be another day for sure. I'm really happy about this little module browser though. It's cool. The documentation is not great either, even though it's here. Reflection is not available, but like this has a design doc, which is kind of not really relevant to. I don't know why this is listed here. That's a weird one. But also something we can address later on. I don't want to go too deep into building infrastructure around APIs that might not work. So HyperCard tools, that's just like the edit stuff. All the apps still work. So this is a JavaScript app. I mean, we're working on the JavaScript right now, so this might break as I look at it. But we do have one session, and one is the ORM. And then why does the OS launcher have a session? That's interesting. Is it this dude? Yeah, it is this dude. Okay. So I should have told it to use MV because it's copying everything over by hand, which GPT-5 has gotten good at. This was like a real killer for older models where it would just like copy things and like start introducing little mistakes as it copied. Absolutely impossible to debug. This was like not even a year ago they used to do that. It's crazy how fast these things get better. Like compaction is a solved issue. That's also wild. That's really wild to me. I mean, it's not in Claude Code, but it is in Codex. I'm now cutting over the Arc launcher so I can click open the HyperCard session. No, it should, the icon should open a folder with the current React game, but also the stack cards. It created a bundle. I'm not sure it did, right? Because so this is empty now. No, it has still, no, features, notifications, plugin card runtime. That's fine. Then we go to GoGo app, Arc AGI player, features, Arc player slice, launcher, components, domain, bridge, app. So where's the plugin? No, vm.js. Yeah, card session host, widget, windowing. What are these guys? Where is this from? This is in GoGo OS, card session host. What are all these? Card session host list, card session host chat VM. That's dubious. What are those? What's card session host VM JS and all that for? shouldn't those be in inventory? Are they used at all? It might be some leftovers from a cleanup earlier. Because then the real one, man, there's so many. So this is widgets, book tracker, desktop shell, demo, VM, JS. What are so many of them? So the plugin runtime, that makes sense. The book tracker app, that also makes sense. But all of those in windowing or widgets, book tracker plugin, are these used? There's storybook fixture bundles, not inventory runtime. Cart session hosts are imported by cart session host stories. Okay, well that's fine then. I guess for now. Components. Can you move them in a fixtures directory to make it clearer? Can you move the fixtures? All right, you're right to enforce this. The revised clean boundary decision. Engine generic. Okay, so that's cool. Moving some more files around. We're working in 2 different repos, so I'm not too worried right now. Oh. So I don't know if you've seen these guys happening here, but so there's always these commands to doc manager, doc relate. So as it does a step in its work, it will start updating different document and saying like, oh, by the way, I touched middleware TS, and the reason it's related to this file is because it is XYZ. So it's kind of like a semantic graph network, right? Like it doesn't go super deep, but if you look at these markdown files here, I mean, the tasks file is probably not going to have too many front end matter, but actually it doesn't have any. That's funny. If you go to the diary, you've got like a front matter here, and then you've got a list of files that are related. The diary is like a weird place to put that kind of stuff. But if you look at, say, this document here, this one clearly has a lot of related files, right? 80, there we go. And so each of these files also has a note of why it's related to it. So every time the model goes into this document and reads it, it will know all the files that are related to it. But what I can also do is so if I go here and then I do serve, is that how it works? Doc manager, API serve, 7002. I can go to, I mean, this is fully vibe coded, but you can see all the open tickets that I have here. Many of those I should have closed as we went along. But so if we go to bridge phase 2, you can kind of see all the tasks that are open and the ones that it has like finished, right? And then if you go to a file, to a key document, you can see all the linked files, and then I can open them and I can kind of see what they are about and what they are for, right? So that's pretty useful. I think, I don't know if the graph view does work. No, it doesn't. But then you also have a search and a reverse lookup, and you can kind of search for files and see whether in each document what they're referenced. So that is, I don't know if this is all that useful. I've never really used it per se, but it's something that I want to explore a little bit more, especially linking these things to the diary, right? And you can look by tags, so it's able to like keep a vocabulary of the topics, right? So it can go to front end and then only show front end things, and then I can say, or maybe this doesn't work. I don't know. Did it only search for front end now? Yeah, this changed, right? And then I can add back end. I don't know if that back end and then search, and then it's only going to show stuff with those search is kind of fucked. So it's all vibed. Like I've never really gone back to it. This was a Codex UI. It was actually pretty decent. But I never really like polished it. So this will, I mean, I'm not gonna I'm going to I gathered all the ideas that I needed from it, right? And I will rethink the idea of it, but also it just like works well enough for now, because what mostly what is important is like all the slop that the models create is contained to this ttemp, right? Like everything else in the project is just like I mean, yeah, this was like a YOLO thing. So this is not cleaned up yet. Let me go to something that's cleaned up. So Go Goja, for example, everything here is just like a very kind of clean Go project. And all the slop is like in here, right? And so before I used to do it by hand, I kind of had like these little things like yikes. You probably remember that from AI in action. I showed it one time, but now I have this like more consequential system with like tickets, and then it creates like the subdirectories and all of these things. And then my right, it just like makes it nice to look at. I can immediately find for a certain ticket, be like, hey, let me go to the implementation plan and then just like look at it. So I was while we were waiting, I think this is finished now. Plugin arc bundle now opens an arc folder with both entry points and this. We shouldn't need to update the backend, I think. So if I click on arc AGI, it opens a folder with like its Codex really doesn't know how to do this stuff. Open the React game, so that's cool. That works. Open HyperCard demo stack. No plugin output for card home. Type error, cannot read property status. Okay, so that's, I mean, why did it not do any? Cannot update desktop shell while rendering. So this might be a all right, so clear, arc AGI. Okay. Do we need this? No, selector. All right, cannot update this. And then arc AGI demo cards shows no plugin output for card home. And then let's go look at the stacks and cards viewer. And so, and this is where my screen starts to get a little bit claustrophobic. Session is running though. No card states stack arc AGI demo. I think I might call it a day once I send an HTTP request from the arc AGI button. I'm not gonna wire it up to the React or fix more. I think I'm done before I get sick or something. Wow, there's like 5 viewers. That's crazy though. Hello. That's like the max viewers I've ever gotten. We're getting towards the end of the stream. So what we built a lot. We cleaned up the repos behind us, split out the inventory. We have, well, it's fixing the code here. We do have an apps browser to see registered apps with their schema and actions and the requests and all of that. That's pretty cool. It was built with Claude and Codex. Then we have the inventory app. So that's the 3 apps. Then we have HyperCard tools. They're just there to open the editor. We have a React version of ArcAGI that is playable, right? And then I don't know how this used to work. No. Okay, now. I didn't even know that it worked like this. So the fact that you need to click a button when you change level, we'll fix all of that. Then the actions didn't reset. It's weird. I thought it would handle that. This is something that might have broken because I'm sure it like kind of worked before. Maybe not. In any case, we're now trying to generate JavaScript plugins that show a window and see, there it is. And if this sends a network request, I'm going to call it a night. So create session. Oh, look at that. It didn't send a network thing. Reset game. Create a session first. So I created a session and then reset game doesn't work. So create session didn't send a network request, right? Almost there. Almost there. So when I click create session, I now get a runtime request ID status requested, but no HTTP query is done. And I wonder if there's like a Redux action that happens. Go OS launcher, auto select instances, create session, created something, right? Like arc command request. I don't know if I can copy the payload. I thought you could. I get for the create session and then nothing. I get ingest runtime event. I get this. No, so I get create a session first, ingest runtime event, version patch, ingest runtime event. Okay. Ingest runtime event in Redux with this thing here. Then in Redux, arc command request. Then nothing happens though. No bridge side effect subscriber is running. I'll patch the store wiring so our command request always has a live consumer for ARC core card sessions. So, I mean, I'm sure no one watching understands what this is about because I barely do. But I'm pretty sure it is roughly the shape of architecture that I want. It's probably going to need some simplification and cleanup, which I will do, right? Like after sleeping over it, and then tomorrow at the coffee shop, I will probably I don't know what I'm going to do actually. I've never built something as complex ever in my life, I think. Well, it's kind of what I'm doing, yikes, right? Like I give Codex that term. I don't know which term you mean, but like I just told it like fix it. But I knew that having some information about the runtime behavior would help it, right? Because otherwise it'd be like, I don't know, I can't reproduce it all that easily. I could give it playwright, right? And playwright seems reasonably token efficient. I'm not sure how much I burned with all of this because I've been, yeah, I burned 2% of my weekly limit. That's wild, dude. I was at 55% when I started the stream. So interesting. Yeah, and I compacted because it's failing on every compact. So I'm at like 5 context windows or something. It's like really minimal kind of usage. It's crazy. Come on. Is it compacting now? My cat's whining and I'm still awake. He's like, come to bed, dude. So no, I'm not in Chrome DevTools. I use Firefox. I just copy pasted it by hand, right? So I have a tool that tries to read from the Redux store to get the Redux traces from the CLI, and they have kind of like a remote Redux store option, and it has like a weird WebSocket and stuff. So I started building my own thing, and I will have to tackle that pretty soon because I'm building something for my girlfriend with it. Is it still on the Vazen? It's called RDX. Yeah. So I started building something here, and I thought, oh, that's going to be easy. I'm going to listen to this WebSocket kind of thing, and I got it kind of working, and then I was like, I need to re-architect this. This is not going anywhere. So I built a lot, right? Like I learned a lot about Redux, and I think now that I have a clear picture in my head how, or used to, because I forgot all about this. But that's why I have. Oh, there's not even like a temp in here. What the fuck did I do? It probably is. The tickets are probably in somewhere in another repo as I was building it. That's one of the disadvantages of it. So where did I build the RDX stuff? Because the tickets are somewhere else. They're probably in like this thing called hairstyling. No, they're in Geppetto, right? Like it was just like a weird time where I was hacking on many things. So I did struggle quite a bit on that, but because I use Redux, it's like kind of like the most low token high effectiveness would be allowing the model to inspect that. So yeah, I need to pick it up. Which I guess I will. I do have a job to do though, so I might even like leave the launcher, the OS stuff behind me. But I do have to build genetic Pareto, which is already integrated in the OS. It just doesn't have a UI. I might, however, not do a JavaScript UI for it, just a React UI, to start looking at like generations candidates and like prompt optimizations as it goes. Since I have the editor wired up, like I have a lot of things wired up, and creating more UI windows is not the issue. So that's this little JavaScript stuff that I'm doing right now. It's like that's like my overarching project of, like showing what software development is going to be in the future. That's why I'm pushing so hard on it, because it's working in my head, and it's working. The parts are working, and assembling them is like fairly complex. Create session stuck at requested root cause. Arc command middleware runs in Arc app local store. Arc player host only. HyperCard demo card windows run in launcher global store path. Launcher path was dispatching intent, but no. How did we fix it? Add pending intent effect host, which reads that's weird. Can't we have HyperCard demo card windows in the app related store path? I don't understand. But so it probably fixed something in a way that I don't understand, and that doesn't correspond at what I was expecting. Yeah, so now it has an Arc session ID, can reset the game, create a session first. So yeah, there's something not. I think this might be the end of the night. I failed. I didn't get as far as I wanted. Ingest runtime event. Create a session first. System notify. Ingest runtime event. Ingest runtime event. Notify. Create a session first. Patch. Session ID. Patch succeeded. Arc status succeeded. Arc command succeeded. Ingest runtime event. Still have create a session first. And then I don't understand. Technically you can, but it's the wrong direction for this architecture. Yeah, I like how it pushes back. That's nice. Right now there are two Redux trees: launcher global store, Arc app local store, Arc player host, Arc UI domain state. Okay. Is desktop owned, so it naturally lives in the launcher global app store, not in the why that matters. Relies on launcher name. So the fix we did is a pragmatic one. Keep card windows and execute Arc domain intents from that same path. Mounted. Ideal end state. One store topology for Arc windows and Arc cards, not move cards into Arc local store. This avoids this kind of trick. Is to remove Arc app local store usage and converge Arc. Yes. Yes. Also create session worked. I see the session ID, but the buttons still pretend no session exists. Is that what you are cleaning up now? I'm still like hanging on by a thread. I think I roughly get it, but I'm starting to lose it. Yeah, this I don't understand. At this point, I have to stop building on something that might be shaky, even if Codex is there. This whole session card thing is one of the oldest parts. and also the one that probably needs the most redesign to become actually simple. I think it just looks complex and fails because it's coming from so long ago, and I never like really dug into it. Yeah, so we do need a game ID. So how do I list the games? How do I choose a game? How do I choose a game? All right, cool. So it's adding quick select buttons. See, this is plugin code. This is great. So this is the kind of code that I want the AI to generate. I mean, it looks like ass because there's many widgets that I haven't like loaded. So now we have a game ID and we can like start playing it. Our command failed. Our request failed. It's you have to list the buttons. I think you have to list the games dynamically. They have weird IDs because it hard coded them, right? But we do actually need to load them from the back end. And I'm curious to see how it does that. Like this is starting to be like some interesting dynamics in terms of interacting with the back end, routing that to the plugins, getting all of that interesting stuff. All right, so now it does allowed operations from this plugin, right? From the contract of the bridge. The plugin is allowed to list games, which it wasn't allowed to before. And it's what is this doing? Is it doing a fetch? I have to look more closely at this bridge as well. I might have to do some biome stuff also to force it to use Redux. I'm curious. I'm curious to see adding array conversion because this probably still doesn't work. It doesn't get the game IDs. Load games, then choose a game ID first. Okay. So is it gonna do a button that's called list games? It's probably not the most load games. Runtime requests, no games. Create session. Load games. Load games. What does this respond? Load games. Here they are. Class name, game ID. I think this is because it doesn't reload the state. And this is the bug that we were talking about earlier, which is going to be it's going to be the bug. What was the ticket number that we gave it? I want to fix that one. I'm so close. Runtime card re-render GPA 22. Man, why is my cat waking up? Domain only can fail because memory dependencies does not subscribe. Okay, so now, okay, cool. Address 22, which might be necessary for this to actually work, since load games sends the right request, but the plugin does not re-render. So we're getting so close. I mean, I said it would stop if it sends HTTP, which it does. Now I want to see the games though. The next step is going to be, currently we registered all these actions by hand. The next step is going to be to just wire up all these actions from this, right? Because all the info is actually in here. But we still generated them by hand from Codex, and so I do actually want to have them auto-generated from this, potentially by annotating things with a little bit more info in the schema and all of that. But that's like the bigger goal here, is to kind of just on the app side define a couple of routes, and then it generates all the scaffolding and all of that, so that the JavaScript API is elegant, but also like kind of automatic, so that you only generate a couple of HTTP routes with a schema, and then you're kind of done and you can generate JavaScript for it. Right? Because the idea is long term is like, oh, I select ArcAGI and then I select the applications, right, with Shift, and then I just like left click and say like, hey, connect, and it generates the code to connect them. Oh, my cat is meowing. That stresses me out so much. Fucking autism. That's like the one thing I don't like about it, is the sound sensitivity. I mean, I know I haven't played with him today. It's not his fault. All right. Are we getting there? No, it's not doing it. This might be too tricky for me to understand how to fix tonight, and it might be too tricky for Codex as well. I'm gonna stop. It thinks it fixed it. I don't think it did. So I'm gonna leave it at that, because it's getting the games, but it's not displaying them. Actually, it like does re-render. It's just like the list of games. It does update the request ID and all that. So the load games thing is maybe something else. Hey, why am I prompting like this? This is atrocious prompting. I'm losing the plot. It's late. Command succeeded. Request. Command started. Card ID home. Plugin runtime. What am I looking at? State. Command started. Ingest runtime intent. Session patch. Arclist games started. DQ pending domain intent. This is getting a little bit wild. Command request, it's the same, right? 404618. Command succeeded. result games is empty. Okay. Command succeeded in Redux. And then, but the request response has games, right? And the request copy value response. However, the triggered load games request was, I've made it tolerant for games responses, game string, nested game objects. Why didn't you know the schema up front? That's weird. Because now it has it, right? And then create a session. Command arc request failed 400 on the moves. That's interesting. Missing game grid for session game. Call reset first. Game grid. Missing message arc API command down failed with HTML. The requested URL was not found on the server. If you, all right. I think it's this is good enough. I think this is a good point to stop. And cool. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with all of this. Pretty happy. I'm like kind of amazed that this went down from 55% to 53%. I feel I ate more. I think that's a bug on their side. This was way more than 2%. Who knows? Who knows? I wish I had like a little bit more info, which we probably now have with the sessions SQLite analysis that I did. We could ask how many compacts there probably were. Like I'm sure there's like enough info in there to figure it out, but not today. This is the ugliest ArcAGI player, but the fact that it's running in an isolated JavaScript VM with the ArcAGI server itself running in a Docker container through Dagger, exposed through HTTP, like there's so much wiring. So much wiring, and yet it works. And the whole goal of this is, I don't know, have a little browser and have a little OS in the browser. Can I get this? I do need to refresh my life, huh? All right. Anyway, that was fun. 8 hours. Cool. Cool shit. Almost there. Almost there to what I want. So yeah, thanks for watching. Like, yikes, you're marathon viewer as well. Thanks a lot. And till next time.